Alright, I am here. um, Sorry about the slight delay in logging on. I had to set up all my devices so that they would record together and everything would work out well. But yeah, it is Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, everybody. I hope everyone's having a good time. I am going to be doing some painting, some OC painting, like I did last Wednesday and the Wednesday before that. I'm just trying to get these OCs painted, done, ready for the end of January. I originally had this planned for December. I was going to do D&D December, but didn't work out that way, so I just want to get paintings of my OCs updated, looking nice, with my newer art style, so that I just have them, especially as a DM. It's nice to have, like, when I use them for campaigns and things like that, it's nice to have them as a placeholder or whatever when I'm working online and things like that, so I have them and I can show people this is who you're talking to, that sort of thing. I'm gonna swap over to streaming and painting now. Hopefully this comes up. So today I wanted to paint my good boy Despavir, who is one of my favorite OCs that I've ever made. He and Matisse are kind of like back-to-back thing situation, I guess. Like, it's hard to explain, but they have a bit of a rivalry in a lot of my campaigns, just solely for the fact that Matisse is a very standard, well, as standard as you can be, while changing a lot of the Drow lore originally in Dungeons & Dragons, because I hate that lore. It's very racist and classist, and also very sexist, so I tried to change a lot of that up, and made my own lore for the Drow, and Matisse is as close as you can get to that lore. He is like, he's the quintessential, not entirely because he was raised above ground in his backstory, but he's the quintessential, like, he believes in Drow lore so much so that he follows the practices and teachings, even down to the, like, very kind of not okay ones where he like infinitely reveres women, more so, and kind of like worships them in a very, like, can be feminist but can sometimes not be feminist way. You know how sometimes when men are just like too into revering women, it like turns the tides away from feminism. He is somewhat like that. Like, he doesn't quite understand that what he's doing is problematic. He just thinks he's being super helpful when he is like super into revering women. But yeah, he follows all of the Drow tenets, and tries to make himself like a proper Drow, while living above ground in above ground society, and it does upset his somewhat other half. They are not dating, and I don't think they ever would be, but I consider them other half because they're kind of polar opposites. Because Matisse is a very flamboyant, very loud Drow who takes a lot of his time to, you know, do his teachings and practices. He tends to be very chaotic and very rambunctious and extremely just chaotic bisexual, 100%, has no bearing on what he should be doing, and just kind of like goes half-cocked, whereas Despavir, on the other hand, is extremely calculated, extremely meticulous, and I created him as an antithesis to Drow lore. He was one of the first Drow that I ever made. Him and Matisse kind of hold that title together because I made them around the same time. Well, I wouldn't say they're the first Drow I've made, because I have made others, I just wasn't calling them Drow. I've made other, like, Dark Elf characters quite a lot, especially when I was back playing World of Warcraft. Like, that was a big thing. So I have made other Drow, but they were the first, like, D&D I play these characters Drow. that I made, and so when I created Despavir, I wanted him to be somewhat of an opposite to Matisse. So he has lived his entire life underground to the point that he is extremely sheltered. He has lived his entire life in a prison, essentially a prison slash library. He has a lot of like tragic backstory things where he like whereas Matisse was raised above ground with a very wealthy noble family that became nobles because they had money, so he is like new money essentially, and became like powerful and wealthy because his family was rich. And not to say that he has no struggles, but Despavir's struggles are infinitely different for that reason. So Despavir comes from nothing, came from like the streets, and has been imprisoned his entire life. And being imprisoned like that does a number on someone's psyche. So all he had was books and things to learn about, and he learned about very back previous Drow lore, and in doing so found an old god, woke it up, and essentially was like, I don't think Drow teachings are for me. I think that I don't belong to them, and I would like to have the old ways back. I would like to have the old world back. The problem is, to worship this god, you have to essentially murder a person once a day, and or burn and sanctify something once a day. It's better excuse me, it's better if you can do them twice a day. So Despavir is extremely murderous and he's chaotic, but in a different way. He's also very calculated in the way that he does things. He doesn't like to run off without a plan. He doesn't like to be chaos entity. He doesn't, do those things. He is very calm and extremely collected and almost robotic in the way that he handles things. And he and Matisse, for many other reasons, don't get along because Matisse sees him as a heretic and knows him as a heretic as soon as he sees him. He's just like, oh, you're dressed different. That's not good. So it's that classic new aged like xenophobia, racism stuff that he's got, which is choice. I don't like having characters that have that sort of thing usually, but I do think that like for this kind of story it works because of the way that they were both raised differently, and I really want it to like portray that difference of class and difference of religion really well. But so yeah, Matisse and Despavir just don't get along. So I made these characters, like all my characters, they are somewhat pieces of me, and I made them at a time in my life when I was like really struggling with some stuff. So they are both important to me for different reasons. And so I chose to draw Despavir today. Again, I've drawn him a couple of times. You can see on the left side of the panel screen there, I've got him drawn the 2 times that I had done it. And I these were his initial, I made like a whole turnaround sheet for him. And these were his initial design tenets. These were like the initial things where I was like, he wears like really frilly, really pink clothes. His hair is dyed pink. He is a very like quintessentially like soft in his appearance. He does wear armor, but it is very like cut out, and like there are holes in it. Not quite like lace, but a little bit like lace. Like his armor, if you didn't look at it well enough, would look like it wouldn't protect him at all. Of course, because spellcaster. He's obviously a warlock, but it just he has a lot of like design stuff that like doesn't look like it's a good idea. Like his other thing is that he wears platform shoes a lot. Because he's a drow, and he's actually one of the smallest drow that I've ever made. He's like 4'9", so he is infinitely tiny compared to like the rest of his party members always, because most of the time people, when they make like characters, they don't make them even when you make human characters, people tend to make them average height. So I purposefully made him extremely short. So he wears platform shoes to get around, which are hard to walk in and hard to maneuver in, whereas Matisse is like flat shoes, usually boots, you know, very practical. So like Despavir's entire vibe is just like, I am doing this outwardly as a protest of everything I am supposed to be, essentially. But yeah, he is one of my favorite boys. When I first designed him, I never thought that I would eventually dress as him, but I did cosplay Despavir twice, actually three times, and I'm still working on a more elaborate cosplay for him. So the first couple times I cosplayed him, I just kind of did like a standard like fantasy cosplay where it was just like, I have these elements that I've already worn for my other fantasy characters, I might as well get something pink and slap them all together, you know. But I really want to make an elaborate like cloak for Despavir eventually, so I might do a little bit of designing of that today if I have time, if it is not going to fully exhaust me. I might do that. But I guess without further ado, I'll get started into doing this. I need to do a couple of like small things before stream fully starts. But I'm gonna move all of my stuff so that I have everything set up. I also preemptively made my coffee today. Normally I have to break stream like half an hour in and I'm like, oh, I need coffee, I'm gonna go make coffee. I made my coffee beforehand, so I have a couple cups of coffee on the burner right now, and I've got a cup in front of me. But yeah, so I have that. I have coffee, I have everything set up. I'm just trying to take, when I'm doing these, trying to take like 15-20 minutes before, like 15-20 minutes into the stream for myself to get organized, and also to somewhat talk about what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. It makes editing things a little bit easier when I'm going in and editing, and I am starting to edit. I am going in and doing some preliminary edits of stuff for a YouTube channel, so that we can kind of like see progress on things, maybe like a couple of speed paint things, just, you know, for that reason. If I do end up doing that, I'm probably not going to be showing this hang on, let me go to my thing. Probably not going to be showing this side panel at all for a lot of my editing, where you can see like my brushes and everything like that. And the reason why is that is where chat shows up, and I don't think I'm going to be adding chat to the edit, so I just want to like take what I'm doing on screen. In fact, I might actually, for this stream, see if I can move a chat box somewhere, so that it isn't taking up this spot. Well, it doesn't look like there's anywhere I could move it that wouldn't take up space, because if I moved it over to over here is where I was going to put it, but if I move it over here, you can't, like, it would be so small that the text wouldn't show up here. So unfortunately I can't do that. Also, I need to bring up another picture of Despavir real quick, so let me go find that. I just realized I didn't bring up the picture with his infernal writing, which is, he's got, you can probably see it in both the sketches and both the drawings. He has this infernal paper on him at all times. Yeah, that'll work. He has this infernal like drawing on like paper over his face, and it's got this writing. This writing is actually his signature, so I'll find another example of the writing that he has there. So it has writing like this, and that's what I wanted Infernal to look like in my world. So I'm gonna find somewhere in here I have his full, here we go. This is probably good enough. Let me look. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Okay. So he has this. Okay, so here's that. This is a screenshot of this that I made years ago. And that infernal writing is up at the top, so I'm gonna zoom. Actually, I might, instead of putting it here, I might close that, just so that Clip Studio doesn't have to freak out at me having like 5 windows open while I'm streaming, because sometimes that's bad. So I'm gonna put all of these there, and then I'm gonna import that infernal writing from that screenshot that I have, so that I can put it in the put it in here and trace over it, because I really liked how that writing came out. And I know that it's not like the standard D&D infernal. I didn't want it to be, since this is both Despavir and Matisse come from an extremely homebrewed world, so I wanted it to be a writing style that like wasn't already used. It might be used somewhere, but like I've altered a lot of it recently, so I just wanted it to not look like anything else. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. Gotta click on this one and then hit import. Also, it's really funny what all of these files are called, because they're just in a folder that isn't organized at all. So I just have like face 1, face 2, name, face, screenshot, like it's fine. But yeah, I'm gonna put this over here, and I want this writing to be this way. In fact, let's take this sketch, well, let's take this sketch and throw it on top of here, make it visible. But I want this writing to show up on here, and make it a little smaller, so I can put it on here later. And you can see on this whole thing I have like different things about Despavir. Despavir is actually one of the characters that I have sort of like fleshed out his character a lot more than I do other characters, honestly. Like, I have really, really gone in depth with him. I really love him. He is like honestly the type of character that I make a lot, which is just tragedy supreme. But I love that. I love tragedy supreme. So I'm gonna trace over a lot of this like infernal writing that I did. And you can even see that it's like extremely hand done. I did so much work for this that I didn't actually have to do, because no one ever saw this. This was just for me, so that I could figure out what he looked like. I didn't even share this anywhere. But yeah, I'm gonna trace over that. I need to find a good calligraphy pen. Thanks, Hoshi. That's lovely. I love you too. I'm gonna find a nice calligraphy pen, and I'm gonna do... I don't need to do all of this. I just would like to do like parts of it so that I have it on the painting. And I would just select it and paint over it, you know? But I also I am also like not wanting this to come out like looking grainy if I just select it and paint, you know. Let's change the angle of this just slightly, because you want that text to be crisp and not bulky. That's good. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Cool. Okay. This be better? Hold on. Maybe this just needs to be smaller. Yeah, that's a little bit better. I'm just using like a standard like calligraphy pen to do this, because I just want like to capture the gist of this. Actually, I think I might know the issue. I think I made the angle the wrong way, because I think when I was writing it the first time, it was more like the angle of the pen was more down. Yeah, that looks right. Cool. Yeah, that's what it was. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, so I'm gonna be doing this calligraphy for a bit, and this takes a lot of thought process and time, but I will try to talk a bit through it. You know, one thing that I have been thinking about doing recently, or at least making recently, that I've wanted to make for some time since the thing came out. I don't really like. There's this show that came out on Netflix called Bly Manor, and I really didn't like how they handled it. And I've been trying to think of a way to make a show, or not a show, but like a video that explains why me as a queer person, why I am upset with it, because I feel like there are a lot of people that are giving that show such a pass when you really shouldn't, just because it's spooky. And like, I love spooky things, obviously, as evidenced by pretty much every piece of art that I ever make ever. I say that, but then like I don't have enough time to make the spooky art I want. I don't have enough time to make the spooky art of my dreams, honestly. I wish I did, but like, I love spooky things, so it bothers me that this spooky thing gets a pass just for the premise of being spooky. And it's like, it's not spooky enough for that to matter, you know? I don't feel like it did anything fun and revolutionary, and it also bothers me because it's such a bad, like I didn't hate the version of Hill House that this director made, but I did really dislike some elements of Bly Manor that like just didn't seem to like click. Like it you know, when you're watching something and you can tell that the creator is like a cishet dude, it's like that. Like, I was watching it and I'm like, I can tell that you're trying to be progressive, but you're just not being. You know, like you can just tell that that this dude just doesn't understand what he's doing wrong, and it's just really upsetting. And I just can't get over it. I want to like it. I do, because I want the spooky. I want to have the fun spooky time. But there's just so much about it that just didn't need to be that way. Like, as a queer person, I don't want depictions of queer identity to just always be in this like extremely fluff town, like everything has to be good and hunky for all of eternity. You can never make sad queer stories, you know what I mean? It's not so much that, it's more so that I just don't think that a cis het dude should be writing sad queer stories. I think that fundamentally those should be left to sad queers. We should be allowed to write those ourselves, and I don't like it when I see like sad queer stories being written in this fashion, in a way that harms the queer community, you know? Like, you can argue that it's good to have more queer representation, and in a lot of ways I would agree, but I do think that having it written by the person that it's written by just is not the is not the representation that you think it is. I think that queer stories deserve more. They deserve better than that. They deserve queer writers and people who understand queerness in a way that like I don't think this writer did. And so I have issues, I have problems. I feel like it could be good. There are ways that it tries to be good representation, but it misses the mark so often that I can't give it a pass. And that's like kind of all that I can say about it without like doing major spoilers. So I'm not gonna like harp on it anymore. But yeah, it is upsetting. So I've been thinking about making an entire video on it, just because like even just now I just like ranted about it for longer than I thought I was going to. And it's like every time I get it's one of those don't get me started topics, because every time I get started I go into a tirade of like, I don't hate this show, but you know, and it's just, yeah, I just want to get those thoughts out. I just want them out of my body so that they are no longer haunting me. Funny because whole show is about hauntings, but yeah, it's I want this out of me. I want to be able to talk about it and not have to continuously explain why I don't like it to people, because so many people that know me are like, but it's queer and it's spooky, it's just what you want. And I'm like, it's nothing like what I wanted. I wanted spooky queer stuff written by queer people for queer people, not spooky queer stuff written by cishet people for cishet people. And there's like a fundamental difference about that, and I don't think even other queer people that I know don't always spot that difference. But yeah, so I've been contemplating how I'm going to make, if I do make a video explaining all of this, I've been contemplating how I'm going to do it and like how I'm going to edit it and all that stuff. So it's been an interesting time just like thinking about that kind of stuff. I'm not really a YouTuber, like I wouldn't call myself that. I have made YouTube videos in the past, but I don't consider myself a YouTuber because I don't make them frequently enough for it to be worthwhile. And like art on YouTube gets very little traction unless you're one of the big names, so I don't usually bother with YouTube. It's one of those it's a site that I'm like, thanks. It's a site that I'll edit videos and put them up there, but like rarely. And usually if they're art videos, they're stuff that like I have made this months before and have not touched it since, you know. But yeah, I've been thinking about possibly making a YouTube video. I don't know if I should, but it's kind of the only way that I can get free of this this prison that I left my mind in because of this stupid show. But yeah, that's been the thing. I know, I don't know if I talked about this last stream, but like I did find out about Yashahime and have decided to stop watching that, so I also have less shows on my docket now. I was watching like actively watching that, and then they did something gross and I decided to stop. So now I have a little bit more free time to make stuff like YouTube videos complaining about television. Not a lot of free time though. I do still have commissions to do frequently. In fact, I just finished one when I logged on, so yeah, I don't know. It's been like a rather slow week, all things considered. I did go shopping for yarn a few days ago, which was nice. I haven't like bought like crochet stuff in a while, so it was nice to go out and like look at stuff like yarn and stuff like that. Also, just like small side note tidbit while I'm doing this, I am not 100% following what I did previously because I don't feel like there's a need to. because like ultimately this language means nothing. I just kind of like made random shapes when I made this the first time. So I am kind of doing that now. I'm kind of just like going in, making calligraphy shapes, and deciding that that's going to be the language for now. Eventually, one day, I do hope to make a language for this character, because I feel like I based this off of Infernal, obviously, or like what I picture Infernal to look like. But I do feel like that he wouldn't speak Infernal. He would speak something else. And he obviously speaks Common, but he also has, he would know Infernal, but that wouldn't be his like mother tongue. So I want to make a language for him, but making languages takes a lot of time and effort, and I am not Tolkien, and I honestly am not sure if I can do it. So if I do end up making a language for him, it's going to be a long time coming, and probably rather difficult. But yeah, I've just been vibing, not leaving my house frequently, just kind of like chilling. Like pandemic wise, in my neighborhood things are not going too hot, so I haven't had reason to go outside, and it's just been like I've been just trying to stay in my house as much as possible and not interact with the outside world, because I don't want to get sick, and because the people who live in my house don't seem to be taking things seriously. And when I say like people who live in my house, like they're not people I know. They're just, I live in like an apartment situation, but it's a house that's been converted into apartments. So I don't really know these people, but yeah, they have been frequently leaving the house, and I hear parties a lot and things like that, and I'm immunocompromised, so I can't really leave my house. So I just stay inside and do stuff, do art and commissions and draw and things like that. So but yeah, I hope everyone's weeks have been going great. I hope it's been a good time. I've been in here doing this stuff. I've also been altering my website like I do every beginning of the year, and a lot of like doing these character commission stuff, or character portraits have been for that, on top of like being for running games as a DM. They are also, I really wanted like portraits on my website of each of my characters. One, to showcase like art skills, and two, because I genuinely think that my art of my characters is some of the best art that I make, because I care about them so much. So I try very hard with this kind of stuff, and it's like one of those things, you know, where I normally wouldn't put that sort of thing up on my website, because this is like obviously D&D, but like since it's my best work, I feel like I don't have a lot of choice of like what to put up. So I've just been making these because it's like, well, if this is what I'm gonna do and this is what I get paid to do now, might as well put it up there. Which is just, it's wild to me that I get paid to make stuff like this now, because I never thought I would. Also, I'm really, really sorry. I really don't like how this brush looks with this. I do need a calligraphy brush, but there's something about this brush that like, it has no pressure sensitivity. So like it just makes the flat lines, and I tried 2 brushes before, but they didn't work out. Like this one's good, but the pressure sensitivity is all off for what I want to do. But I might end up having to use that one, because I don't think any of my other, like my tapered pen or anything like that, because I don't want to have to outline every single one of these shapes and fill them in. I really just want to be able to use a brush to make all of this. G pen? No, because that's not... I need it to be a rectangular pen. And like, this is the calligraphy pen that they give you when you get Clip Studio, and it's essentially the same as the calligraphy pen that I was using, except the one that I was using has just a little bit of texture to it, which I like a bit better. Like this ink pen is the same. Let's see, what's ribbon? Oh, this is the one that has like an outline. Yeah, I don't want that. It is a rectangular pen though. This one maybe? Nope, that's a square pen. It's interesting to me that I can tell the tip shape of the pen just by like using it. Calligraphy 2. See, this is the one that I was like, maybe, yeah, no. Brushy? Oh, that has way too much sensitivity. That's similar to the calligraphy. I might just go with calligraphy 2 for now. Let me see if I have any line art brushes that would work. I don't think so, but just out of careful. Oh, that's way too big for what I was doing. I don't think so, but just out of like being careful. No, because if I make this smaller. Yeah, no. That's extremely similar to the pen that I have as labeled as calligraphy. They might actually be duplicates because I can see that this one's got Korean, so it might just be a little glitched. Yeah, let's try this calligraphy pen, and if I hate it, I'll go back to the other one. Yeah, see, there's just something about this that's not right. Maybe it's the angle? What was the angle that I was working on before? It was like 200 something? Like, it does do the thing that I want it to, which is smaller and then larger with the thing. It does have that brush emphasis. Let's do a little more stabilization and see if I can make this look better. It's just like it doesn't have that very like blocky texture that I wanted from the other pen. Okay, what can I do to this pen to make it work? Starting and ending, let's go and do brush size and go with like 1 as the minimum value. And we'll go with thickness 2. Okay, let's see if that works. No, see, like, it doesn't change the density of the brush, which is what I need. I need it to not... Yeah. That kind of works, but it doesn't at the same time. Well, what I can do is go in and do all of the flat bits with this brush, and then like everything that I can create with this flat brush, and then try to go in and fix it with the calligraphy pen. Because I feel like this is how they would do it in actual calligraphy. Like they would go in with one brush and then go back in with a different one, like a smaller brush, or occasionally I've seen things with calligraphy where they will use like a brush like this and then layer on top of this brush with like the same exact brush but just slightly different. So I think I might do something like that, come in and work with it with that other calligraphy brush that I have, because it's just not looking the way that I imagined when I started working, and part of that is because like this is just it's the extremely flat brush. It's like not, I can't connect lines the way that you can with actual calligraphy, and unfortunately when I first did this art, I was using my old laptop, so I don't even have the brush that I used to make this the first time. I might have actually made this the way that I'm doing now, which is just by laying down these flat lines and then coming back in with another brush, because logically that makes the most sense for the way that I would have worked at the time. I was very inefficient, and so it makes sense that I would do something like that, where I would like go over it multiple times with two different brushes. So I might have to, unfortunately, behave like old me to make this work. That's fine though. It just has to kind of look like the original. I don't want it to be perfect. I just sort of a little bit halfway there. And when I originally did this, I made this as like an example of Despavir's handwriting, which is why I have up in the corner his name up in this corner, because I did this so that I would have like an example of what his handwriting looked like. Because I think I did it because I think I was DMing a game and I thought it was necessary for like a note or something that he had written to the PCs, and then I never ended up using it. I don't remember why. There was like some reasoning that I made that I was like, oh, I don't need that note anymore, but I spent all that time on it, you know? But I remember doing this because I was like, oh, I need like an example of his handwriting. I need to have some example of like how this man would write. But I cannot for the life of me remember why. There's got to be some reason why I did it. Well, I don't know. I'll probably think of it like years down the line. But yeah, I originally made this and I was like, I need an example of this handwriting, and I need to like make sure that it's all legible and readable and perfect, and then like never showed it to anybody. And that's just like par for the course for me. That's just the way that I function. It's what I do. But it was like super fun to make. I've never delved into like true calligraphy before. Like I had a calligraphy set when I was younger, but I didn't really use it all that often, so I've never like really done my own like style of calligraphy, and it was nice. It's another one of those hobbies that you can just kind of like sit and vibe while you do it, which is cool. And I think when I originally did this, I did it on a grid, because all these lines are like, the ones in this piece are extremely straight, which, as you can tell from me trying to replicate it now, is not my MO. I am not good at straight lines. I am the opposite of good at straight lines. I am not good at straight anything when I draw. So it's interesting that I have this like script that's very almost on a ruler, you know. And I think I probably like pulled up a ruler tool to do it. I don't remember what language I was like really looking at for this. I know like the calligraphy of like Edwardian times was like one of the inspirations. I don't remember what else. There's like one other time period that I chose that I was like, ah, yes, this works for my terrible drow. I call him terrible all the time. That is not me being like derogatory. That's literally, he is absolutely terrible. Like in the best kind of way. Like he is meant to be. He is a character that I made specifically to be horrible, to be like hard to get along with, to be like extremely adversarial, and just like in general, like he is not a good friend to have in your adventuring party. So I made him specifically for that, which is even funnier because his first party that he was ever in was a campaign that my friend was running, and he immediately got like almost adopted by another player character. And it was very strange for both of us, because I was just like, you don't understand, he's horrible. And my friend was like, no, I love him. I was like, no, you don't get it. He is murderous. He will kill children. And my friend was like, well, nope, he's great. I love him. He's my favorite. And like, shout out to that friend. That was really entertaining and fun to have this like horribly murderous drow like adopted by another creature, and just be like, nope, this is mine, I'm his mom now. Which is just hilarious, because he's like, I made Despavir to, like, if you gave him the option, he would be the villain character. Like if you if he met another villain character in the campaign and they offered him a deal, he would just be like, yes, I take the deal. I betray my party. I do not care. So it's very fun to have like another PC just be like, nope, I adopt this drow. He's not allowed to do that. He's not allowed to be horrible. So I had a lot of fun in that campaign. It did end super prematurely, but it was like a fun campaign. I do miss playing D&D with my friends a lot. Like, I've been DMing games a lot, because you can do that easily online, and because a lot of my friends, if they are playing games, are not playing the type of games that I really play. So I like super miss, I had a Curse of Strahd game that I was running with friends that I miss playing. And if you've been on the stream before, you've seen, you know, that you've met like two of my player characters. But yeah, I miss running that game. I miss like D&D with friends being a big part of my daily life, in a way that it's like D&D is still a big part of my daily life, but it's not, it's no longer a social activity, I guess, for me. Or like it is, because I still run one D&D with friends game, but like it's less of a social activity, I guess, now, because I'm not running friend-based games. I'm running games for random people, the one friend game that I'm running is extremely casual, so it's just like it's not like a serious, like I don't have serious players anymore. And fair, because like I don't want to make people be serious right now with the way the world is running. So like I don't mind, but it is, I do miss like serious long running campaigns with friends, because those are some of the best campaigns that you can have. Like serious long running campaigns with strangers are still fun. They still work out. You can still have like good interactions with people, but it does eventually wear on you, because it's like, oh, I miss how my friend would have done this thing, you know. As a DM, I introduce elements that like my players don't react to in a way that I thought they would, and I'm like, oh yes, I forget that all of you are, or that like quite a bit of you are heterosexual and don't understand the significance of that inside joke, you know. Just stuff like that. It's extremely tragic too, because I have a lot of players that play D&D as if it was Skyrim, and they just kind of like, anytime I introduce anything to the game, they just decide like, oh, I'm gonna demolish it. Like it's hard to explain, but it's like a combination of main character syndrome and being a chaos entity for no reason. When I say people play like it's Skyrim, like a lot of people come into my campaigns and will just be like, yeah, so I meet this new person and I immediately attempt to steal from them, and then when I try to give them like dialogue, they'll like ignore dialogue from characters. Like they'll just, it's kind of like they expect that they can just spam like the A button to not have to talk about the lore, you know. That kind of stuff happens a lot. Like I'll get players that don't listen to the lore of the world, and then they'll be like, wait, so where are we, why are we doing this? Or like I'll get players that don't pay attention, and then stuff happens, stuff pops off, and then they're like, wait, what's going on, what's happening? And I'm like, well, you have to listen, you know. You can't just spam the A button and expect to still be able to play the game. Like this campaign doesn't have a tutorial you know. And they'll also kind of treat me, the DM, like the tutorial, like they can just open for information, so they won't remember things, and then they'll be like, what is this? And like normally as a DM, I'm normally pretty merciful when it comes to like not remembering, because I understand D&D is not like real time, so and people have memory issues. That's totally fine. But they will do that for things that I told them 2 minutes ago, and that's where I stop having mercy. Is where like players will just stop paying attention, and then they'll talk to me and just be like, yeah, so do I remember that thing? And I'm like, I don't know, do you? Like, or they'll be like, this person, what was their name? And I'm like, I'm not telling you their name. You have to actually keep track of that stuff, especially if it's like right that minute, you know. If it's something that they told you like a few months ago, or it's something that they told you last session, I'll remind you. But like, if you just met this person a few minutes ago and you're asking me what their name is, that means your character is bad at names. Like as a DM, I take that as a sign that like you are not paying attention to the names of these people, of these NPCs, and therefore you don't get to have the name. If you don't pay attention, you don't get to have it. But people will treat me, the DM, like they can open a tutorial level, or something. Like they can open like a map and they're like, where is this, who is this, what's this, what does this mean? And I'm like, I don't know, what does it mean? I told you a while ago, you know. Or they expect that I'm going to not give them answers, but that I will tell them if the answer is correct. And one of the main things that I enjoy about D&D is that there aren't correct answers, that sometimes there is no black and white, and that sometimes people are bad for bad's sake, but also sometimes people are just misconstrued or have the wrong idea, and that's just as common. So sometimes people will play my games and then expect me to quickly, kind of sum up and tell them, like, okay, so who's the bad guy? Who do I need to kill? And I'm like, that's up to you. Like, who you go after is a you thing. If you don't want to play this game the way that I wrote it, you don't have to. And I leave my games very open-ended, because I like open-ended kind of games. I drop my players in a world and just kind of go, but a lot of my players, they will choose not to do the thing that I have meticulously mapped out in front of them and given them like a map idea of where everything is, how to do it, that sort of stuff. So they'll be like, I don't want to go with the party to do that. And I'm like, okay, you don't have to. I'm not going to make you. Your player stays behind. And then they'll be like, okay, so what am I doing? And I'm like, you chose to stay behind. You're not with the party. We'll get to you, But they expect me to like be able to bring up more stuff for them to do. And I'm like, well, when you choose to not be with the party, stuff happens, but like it's gonna happen after what the party does, or it's gonna happen differently than what everyone else is doing. So like if you want to be with everyone else, you have to tell me and make that choice. But they kind of want to have their cake and eat it too. Like they want to be able to be the lone wolf that doesn't go with anyone, that has no friends or whatever. But then when it comes to like story stuff, like I have to keep reminding a lot of my players, like, you weren't there. And they'll be like, oh, they're like, oh, I remember that. And I'm like, no, you don't. Your character wasn't there when that happened. And they're like, well, still, they would have told me. And I'm like, did they? And a lot of the other players or PCs will be like, no, we didn't tell you, and it wasn't mentioned. And then they're like, oh, well, I still would have known. I'm like, no, you didn't. That's metagaming, but it's just those like little things of like, they expect, since they're the main character and this is Skyrim, that like they were there for everything, and they expect me to be their like arbiter of knowledge, which in some cases the DM is the arbiter of knowledge, but like in other cases, like, you do have to actually go out there and find the answers. I've also had players recently that annoy me because they've asked multiple times to level up, and I'm like, leveling comes from doing things, and they're like, well, we're going by milestone, right? And I'm like, yeah, you're going by milestone, which means you have to do things. And then they're like, well, we traveled a lot. I'm like, traveling doesn't cause you to level unless you're like going in extreme circumstances. And they're like, well, we've done this and this. And I'm like, you haven't fought anything, you haven't brought up any new information, you haven't, like, you've just been kind of going from place to place and like sort of finding answers, but they haven't like interacted with any of the answers that they find. They're just like, okay, cool, like, they go to a place, they free some people, they find some loot, and then they're like, cool, we level up now. And I'm like, no, like, you didn't fight anything, you didn't find any answers, you haven't found the main villain that's causing things to be unbalanced, so no, like, you didn't do anything which acknowledges any growth, so you don't level up. But they've kind of like not, at least some of my players have not interacted with the world. They will go somewhere, they'll go to a place, they'll get the big, loot or whatever from that place. I'll try to give them information and they'll bypass it. I'll try to give them a combat encounter and they'll run away, and then they'll be like, I want to level up. I'm like, I tried to introduce you to like 5 NPCs that would have, helped you learn a new thing, and I also tried to give you a combat encounter and you left. Like, I'm not I'm not gonna help you level up. So yeah, it's been an interesting time running campaigns for people that are strangers. Like my friends that I run campaigns for right now are usually not that bad about it. And a couple of them have asked me to level up, and I've been like, yeah, I guess, I'll be nice about this. Like, recently, one campaign, they're running away from a dragon, and they're like, can we level up? And I'm like, you can level up if you interact with this dragon. You don't even have to run away. Oh, hey. Hey, friendo. But yeah, it's been a time. I'm talking about D&D, by the way, friend. And I'm trying to do the Despavir art. I'm trying to do his the dragon shenanigans. I'm trying to do Despavir's crazy script that he has on the paper over his eye, and it's taking some time. Do you want to see the sketch that I started doing? So this is the old art of him that I'm trying to do the script on. Let me turn this panel back to what it was before. Take this off. This is the current sketch that I have that I need to do today. Yes, I remember when he almost killed your dumbass. But yeah, I need to finish this sketch today, get it all painted, so I'm doing the inking of him. Also, if you heard that was my arm popping. But yeah, it's been a chill night. I've just been talking about D&D and how much I hate Bly Manor, and how much I hate the Yashahime Inuyasha reboot. Yep, at me, snap crackle pop. Also, like, just to clarify, all of your messages are gonna be like 6 seconds or so delayed. So when you talk to me, I'm gonna answer you, but it's gonna take a little bit, because everything on my stream is delayed by 6 seconds because I keep it delayed. Cool. Because it's hard to communicate, so I like to have that message delay there. But like when Saint was in here in the chat, I was like, oh yeah, by the way, it's going to be a little jarring because it's going to have a delay. But yeah, it's mostly just been me sitting here in my room talking about how much I love Despavir and how much the party that was fighting that dragon were absolutely terrible. And they've just been horrible, and other players have been bad. I miss playing D&D with friends, and not with like randos on the internet, because like it's not that my games were bad on the internet. Games I'm running now are bad. It's just like they're just so fundamentally different than playing with friends. Like there are inside jokes that I can't tell because I realize, oh yeah, that's a thing that like only a select few of people would find funny, Yeah, it's just, especially like running Curse of Strahd like back to back with, like, not back to back because we're not actively running our Curse of Strahd, but running Curse of Strahd 2 times over, and like knowing that there are inside jokes that our party had that that the new like players, that the other players will not get, and me just like wanting so badly to make them because like I'm the DM. They're hilarious to me, but like I know that these players won't understand them, so I can't. Yeah, Grenadine Amaretto. Oh my god, there are so many good inside jokes we had. Like, and it's also upsetting because like it's been so long since we played Curse of Strahd that it's almost like I don't forget things, but like a lot of my notes and everything like that are years old now, and like Curse of Strahd for me as a DM has changed so much because like I was originally running the campaign side by side with this other one, right? And so the world was supposed to be changing when both of you guys do things, right? But now I can't really do that because we're not running our campaign. And so like the Curse of Strahd world that I'm running now is so different now than the one that I was running for you guys. So it's like, it's upsetting. Like I want the fun Curse of Strahd back, the extremely gay Curse of Strahd. Like there is one gay, but like yeah, but it's been like a chill time other than like the few things that I've complained about. Like they have gotten a little bit better at least. The other games that I'm running right now are asinine horrible. At least the current Curse of Strahd campaign is a little nicer. It's like I can manage if I don't think too hard when I'm running it, you know? Like if I just go, okay, run this like without really putting a lot of thought into it. Yes, I want you to eat the crab, man. I do. They are currently. It's taking them a long time. They're currently running away from that dragon. So like, eventually, I am gonna have you guest star because I do think it would be fun, and also because I really want to give Despavir's character in this a little bit more tooth. Because currently, like, they're not taking. Yeah, they're still running from that dragon, but they're not taking the villains of this campaign seriously, because no one takes Strahd seriously. Like, who would, you know? But they haven't met Strahd yet. They've seen him once. And they've been playing this campaign for almost a year now, and they've only seen Strahd once. So it's, yeah, yeah, like they have seen Strahd. The one time they did see him, their warlock. What is it with warlocks and Strahd? Their warlock, when they did see him the one time, thinks that also got charmed by Strahd. Thinks that Strahd is extremely attractive, and that's the only thing that happened. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like they met Strahd once. Their warlock got charmed, and then like they have not triggered anything to meet Strahd since. So they like don't take him seriously. Number one, and number two, they also don't take Despavir seriously because they never spoke to him. So they have no idea what his deal is, and I want to give him like some more tooth, so that I can have another villain character that has its own like motivations and things like that, but as like a player, because I think that'll make them somewhat wake up and have like a reason to listen to me as the DM, you know? If they have someone there who's like a player character, but also just extremely chaotic and out to eat their souls. And I normally wouldn't like be as spiteful, but yes, exactly. I love warlocks so much. This is why we love Despavir. He's such a horrible, terrible warlock baby child. But yeah, I think I almost got enough text to finally fill the thing with text. Just a little bit more, and I can finally be done doing text. I never thought that today, when I was like, I'm gonna finally do a painting of Despavir, I haven't drawn him in forever, I never thought that today I would be just spending hours doing text. Like, how long has it been? It has been an hour and a half that I have been sitting here replicating this text that I made, what, like 3 or 4 years ago when I first made Despavir. Like, I never thought that was going to be a thing, that I would just be like, oh, I'll make this, and then have to sit here doing text. Although, I still also need to make Ix's tattoos, so this is fun practice for that, because that's what I'm probably going to be doing Sunday, making tattoos. I do love suffering. It is legitimately the only thing that I enjoy. Like, this is evident in the type of writing that I do. But yeah, I don't know why I do this to myself. I make these characters so complicated that, like, when I do eventually go in to like draw them, it's just a lot of effort and time for like little details that no one's actually going to care about, but I care about. It's always like this. And like, I don't know why I keep doing it, because it's like I could just be lazy and like sketch in the text and not sit here doing the calligraphy. But I don't want to do that. I want to actually make the text and have it look nice. I think my hands haven't become dust yet because I have become I do legitimately have carpal tunnel. That is a thing. That is, I am wearing like a carpal tunnel wristband today, but I think my hands have not become dust yet because they just haven't. Like, I'm too powerful for art to hurt me. I have been to SCAD. I cannot be killed by art. Yeah, my carpal tunnel does have carpal tunnel. I have carpal tunnel on top of carpal tunnel, honestly. It is so bad. Like, a lot of the time when I'm streaming, I am legitimately only streaming for like 5 hours at a time, because if I stream for any longer than that, I really screw up my wrist for the next day, and then I can't do commissions. So it's insane. It's insane. But yeah, I am so close to being done with this stupid text. So close. I'm like excited to be done. Like, it's such a surreal thing. A character that I made, I am excited to be done doing a part of this character. I made this. I did it to myself. It was my fault all along. I mean, yeah, you're right. It is just character design in a nutshell. I did this to myself. I made this. I wish I knew more like professional character designers so I could yell at someone with this, because like I yell at my friends, I yell at you and Saint about this a lot, but like Saint's designs are very similar in the sense that like Saint's drawing takes a lot of like really heavy line work, and like so I used to, when I was at SCAD, I used to yell about this with Saint a lot, but I wish I had more people to scream about it with, because it's just like one of those slightly unknowns of like making art that a lot of people don't talk about, that like you make things and then they hurt you because you have to actually sit there and draw them. A smaller brush. Yeah, there we go. Time to do all the tiny details of his stupid calligraphy. I was explaining before that this is Despavir's handwriting, and it's just the worst. Like, and I remember making it and being like, I fundamentally need handwriting for him, and I don't remember why. Do you remember why? Like, what in purpose in the campaign that I needed handwriting for him? I have no idea what it says, by the way. I have said this on stream, but I'll repeat since you're here. I have no idea. I made this script completely randomly. I was going to make a language for him, and then I didn't have time, and our campaign ended very abruptly, so I never did, and I've wanted to for a long time. I've wanted to like make a full-on like language, because I initially made this thinking that I would eventually like make a language and replace this like placeholder with that language, and I just never did. Like I never got around to it, never made that language. I'm not Tolkien, so I never figured out what it says. It's some sort of spell component thing, but I don't know what specifically it says or what it does, because I just never had time. Character design stuff. Yeah, it says fuck bitches get money. That's exactly right. Probably says something akin to like burn everything with fire. I mean, knowing Despavir, set everything on fire. Did I tell you about the time with the toast? The toast? Did I tell you about the toast? Yeah, it does say, "Mom, come pick me up. These people suck." That's right. That's exactly what this says. Oh yeah, the toast. So I played a one-shot campaign with Despavir as a character, as a PC, online with like people that I kind of glancingly know, like barely. Like I don't really know them all that well, but I was like, I guess I'll like show up in your campaign for a little bit, kind of as like a guest. I wasn't gonna stay for the whole campaign, but they were like, yeah, we need more warlock people to show up, so we're gonna import you in for like part of the campaign. You won't have to do anything, just have your character be at this level, like that kind of stuff. And they were like on a ship port, and they were fighting these kind of pirate situation, like they were fighting people, when they met Despavir, and Despavir was like, oh, I can help you with that. I just need to do like my stereotypical Despavir thing. I need to do my religion things, but I can help you kill these pirates because it'll help with my religion stuff. And they had like no idea anything about Despavir, and they like kind of just immediately agreed to like join him in everything he was doing. And so he was like following them to this like ship port. Yeah, yeah. Also, Twitch will get mad at you for spamming. Actually, I think I can alter my settings for that. Also, if you have nothing to do and you just want to yell, I am down for like a Discord call while I'm here, because I'm just gonna be here working on this. And I've had Saint on here Discord call me before because it's easier than using Twitch chat. But yeah, Despavir was with them and just legitimately like fried a bunch of people in front of these people because these people tried to kidnap him, and he just fries them like right in front of them. And they and these players found Despavir on the deck of this boat, with his hands out, and Despavir has the DM, not knowing my power, allowed Despavir to have the Burning Hands spell, which warlocks normally can't learn. But I was like, backstory reasons, he should have this spell. Or warlocks of his type can't learn, I think. Or something like that, or he wasn't like high enough level for it. And so he had Burning Hands, and he's just sitting on the deck of this ship with like torched bodies all around him when these guys find him, and he is making toast with his hands, like just sitting on this boat when the party finds him. Everything that they needed to do this whole fight just nullified instantaneously by Despavir. And so the DM was just like, I am sorry, I didn't know your power, I will not make that mistake again, will you come back for another guest thing? And so I was like, sure. But yeah, it was a fun time. But yeah, if you want to get on and do like a stream time, we can have that. Hold on, I need to open my Discord here. Feel free to call me and I will pick up, and we can have a stream time. You will show up on the stream, so just like fair warning, you will be here. But yeah, I can put you on stream and we can chat. I've just been like hanging out doing drawing stuff. Okay, finally I think I have enough text that I can just that's not what I wanted to do. I can just replicate this text onto the sketch that I have. Finally, it is finally time. An hour into the stream, after I've had this sketch up for a while, I can finally do this. Boop, boop, boop. Join call. Hello? 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 Dude, I can't hear you. Hold on just a second. I'm gonna update Discord and I'll be right back. Discord hates us both. Homophobia, you're right. Alright. Discord has updated. Hopefully I can hear you now. Hello? Alright, it's still silent for me. Hang on. I'm going to very quickly... I'm gonna pause my music very fast. Hopefully I can get this to work. Discord, why are you being like this? You can hear me, I can't hear you. Why can't I hear you? Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna disconnect from the call and then call back. I still can't hear you. Discord being the way that it is. I love when things are buggy. Nope, still can't hear you. I can see your little thing lighting up. So like, clearly you're speaking, but Discord isn't letting me hear you. Like, I can tell that you're talking, but Discord is not letting me, Discord truly is homophobic this night. Is it perhaps the fact that hang on, disconnect. Gonna see if I like do the call, if it allows me to do it. No, it's still lighting up like you're talking, but I can't hear you. I'm I'm gonna restart music because it's clearly not the music playing. Why is Discord rude? Is it... Wait, do I have you muted? Is that what it is? Hold on. Because remember when we were playing Among Us and I had to mute you? Hang on. Alright, try now.
Hello?
I can hear you! Oh my god.
Oh my god. It's fucking incredible.
That was because of playing Among Us, oh my god.
I was sitting right next to you.
Yeah, and I had to mute... I remember because I had to mute, like, not just you, but I had to mute your entire mic, and I think that's what it did. It muted, like, your user.
And then that also didn't really work, so I ended up just using one of your headphones.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was insanity. Yeah.
The last time I played was with you.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't played it in a bit too. Like, it's been a while.
It's no fun to play with strangers.
Yeah, it kind of isn't all that fun to play with anybody that you don't know. Like, sometimes it can be fun to play with rando people, but usually I like to trick people too much.
I like playing mostly with, like, I'll have friends, but, like, having randos to fill it out is always kind of fun because it adds a little bit of mystery, especially because I'm usually on a voice call with my friends. Terrible.
Yeah.
And, like, it might be less fun for the strangers involved just because we're, like, straight up accusing each other constantly just on voice chat and nobody knows what's happening.
Yeah. I tend to, like, when I'm playing, if I'm playing with randos, like, I tend to just be chaotic, like, extremely chaotic when I play, where I'll think of, like, a theme or, like, a thing for my character, or for my little guy, and then I'll just follow that. Like, I'll be like, okay, this little dude now is, the doctor, and I'm just gonna, like, run into medbay and keep asking people to follow me into medbay, and I end up, like, being really sus because I'm like, this game isn't fun playing it the way it's meant to be.
We had a really fun, God, what was it? Oh yeah, we had this one guy join us once, and his thing said just Russian. That was his username. And then he came in, and he said, let me see if I can find it, because my memory is dog shit. I keep forgetting we have a little Among Us server.
Oh yeah.
A little task.
Yeah, I made an Among Us server a while ago for trans people, and then no one plays anymore, so...
This is mostly just, like, this little group of people. And I like, people from my group chat is, like 6 of us top.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, so what happened was the guy, his name was just Russian in all caps, and my friend Mercedes said "privet" like in the, and then the guy goes, "How do you not know how to spell private? LOL." And Mark's just like, "That means hello in Russian." And then he just went fuck and disconnected.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Very fun. There was another guy who tried to accuse one of us, but that person was, God, I can't, like, we were sticking together the entire time, and he was like, this person's been following this one around. It's like, we're sticking together because we don't want to get murdered, so now we think it's you.
Yeah. Yeah, I run into a lot of people who, like, I don't want to say it's, like, backseat gaming, but they'll, like... They don't like it when you do things that are strategically viable, you know? Like, I don't know what it is with
My favorite
Yeah.
My favorite strategy as the imposter is to I'll I'll sabotage something on one end of the ship, like either the reactor or oxygen, and then I'll kill somebody right before I do that, or right after. So everybody's running that way. So I also run that way. So the body's on the opposite end of the ship to the disaster. So everybody's in that area. So when they find the body, nobody was around to really know what happened, and everybody was coming from the same direction.
Yeah.
I've gotten away with that way too many fucking times.
Yeah, no, my favorite thing
Really funny.
my favorite thing to do as the imposter is to go like I love to kill and then like immediately vent somewhere else and then stay next to someone who is like nearby and then like when they walk up on the body and we get into the chat and people are like, oh my god, you just came from there, you vented or whatever, I'm just like, but I saw you vent. And then like my whole thing with it being imposter, actually just my whole thing with Among Us is to sow chaos. Like I throw people under the bus who like are innocent, but it just like that feed of doubt in people is enough to get people to, if not, I'm never like trying to get people voted off because I never target just one person. It's just like I try to get people to not vote all at once, like not for one person. I try to get people to vote for a lot of different people so that I remain on the ship, because like just outwardly accusing someone is never great because then you look like the imposter. But I like to like go in and just be like, I'm gonna accuse like anyone who accuses me, and for some reason that always works. Like I always get people who will accuse me super aggressively, and then I'm just like, well, maybe it's you.
The first person to accuse first always looks the guiltiest.
Uh-huh.
Like if you just come off the hip with it, everybody's like, hey, hold on. God, one time okay, so my friend Mercedes, her twin sister, is not really super into gaming, like much. Like she likes Sims, but like she joined us for Among Us once, and she had no idea what she was doing, and she was so sweet and earnest about it. And at one point, I caught her, and I was like, "Oh, Marcy's the imposter," and she was like, "I'm sorry, guys, it was me." And I'm like, "No, that's where you accuse me." She's like, "I'm not a liar."
Yeah, like Among Us is super fun when
Literally, I walked up on her killing someone.
Oh my god.
And immediately reported it.
Yeah.
And, like, I was like, okay, so for future reference, what you do then is you immediately claim it was a self-report.
Mm-hmm.
One time I self-reported when literally the only two people left were people that were on the voice call with me, and they were together, and I was just like, damn it.
God. Yeah, I need to get back on and play more.
Fun playing the imposter.
There's also just a
Like,
bunch of... There's like a bunch of people now who like if they don't get imposter, they leave the game, and that just fucking sucks. Like it's like now all of the games are kind of ruined.
And nobody will ever want to play. You can only play hide and seek if you're with a group of people you already know, because nobody else like wants to play hide and seek ever.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But like I have the most fun either being an imposter or a ghost. So
yeah.
If I'm not the imposter, I want to be killed quick as possible, because then I can do my fucking job.
Yeah. Do your tasks.
Okay, little task.
But yeah.
Hey, it's been about 1,000 years since I've drawn Rika, and I've completely forgotten what he looks like, which makes me very sad because there was a point where I literally only drew him.
Yeah, I had that with Oshin the last time I was streaming. I was like really struggling. I still don't like the drawing of Oshin that I did. I might actually do another one. Cause like I forgot entirely every choice that I ever made for him.
My beautiful baby child. Like Destivere is my son, but also Oshin is literally my baby.
Yeah.
Oshin is my everything.
Yeah. I love him. He's so fun, especially now because
Rika
like,
shows up in the Feywild and goes back to his sugar daddy and is like, "We have a son now."
yep, like I love
Truly, I
Oshin.
will not be asking questions at the time.
Yeah, I love Oshin now because like I have these other players who have no context for him. So like he like shows up and like his most recent action was showing up and at this lake that they were at and like essentially showing them what the lake used to look like because Faye. So he was like, "Yeah, this lake used to be a safe place, and it should be again. And you will do that for me because you owe me." And like they are terrified of him, and it's so great because like he's just a tiny little baby
He's a
Faye.
baby.
But
They're
they
mean to him. You have my full permission to have Rika just come out of nowhere and drop kick all of them.
I mean, yeah, like I don't they haven't been mean to him yet. They're just scared. They're just like, "Oh shit." Like cuz he just was like, "I want the lake to be back," you know? And they were like, "Oh, we like cuz they did something and now they owe a Fey creature a favor, which is already a bad place to be in." And so they were like, "Oh shit." And then he just kidnapped one of them and was like, "Bring me my lake back." And they were like, "Fuck." And I was like, "Yeah, you this is what happens when you owe a Fey creature a favor."
He's a good baby being. And if they're mean to him, I will kill them all.
I mean,
my son.
you might have the opportunity to do so. Not as Rika, but
That's gonna be very fun. Just being just evil.
yep.
What the fuck does he look like? I don't know where anything is. I have like 30 sketches. None of them are fine.
Yeah.
I also just haven't been drawing much at all lately, so I don't remember. Like I keep looking at my hands, like do something.
Yeah, I mean that's half the reason why I started doing streaming because I was like I need to actually draw my own shit because I've just been doing commissions like back to back not thinking about it and it's like I actually need to draw my own characters. I need like my brain is rotting.
Stuff for yourself, where you get burned out.
Yeah.
You know, we never actually got to get into
What?
Rika's weird eye changing shit.
Yeah, we never did. There was a lot about Rika that we didn't get to go to.
And like, it's not like I can really play him and other stuff because a big part of his character is linked to one of the other characters.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty. Really pretty.
Yeah.
Just this dumbass Plunk. Sorry.
Oh my god, I
am a plunk.
I do have to tell you on like a news that happened about this like Curse of Strahd campaign that I'm running. Freaking
Oh,
the one of the players called Ix a himbo. And I was like, "You are incorrect. You are so wrong."
See, himbos have to be nice.
Yeah.
X is very much not nice.
Yeah, he is 100% very not nice. He like in front
And
of
also he's a twonk at best.
yeah, he's
Like,
just
he and Rika are probably about the same as that, and the only reason Rika looks the way he does is because his magical sugar daddy.
mm-hmm. Yeah, like Ix is a twunk at best. He's really more like a twink because he's too pointy to be a twunk, but like he like yeah, this person was just like, "Oh yeah, he's a himbo." And I'm like, one, he he's not stupid. He's just like everything that he knows is religion based. So he's like intelligent. He just like has no idea what Barovia is. And two, he is not nice enough to be a himbo. He is rude as hell. Like, but it was
Rika
very
is like
entertaining.
Rika's not stupid. He's just he doesn't know like he's got learning difficulties and also he doesn't know about like book shit, but he knows about people.
Yeah.
He's very good at people,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
which is what makes him like and he's like observant when it comes to shit like that. He knows and he like he acts dumber than he is because it makes people underestimate him.
Yeah. It's like a survival tactic.
He was in the Feywild for like a long ass time. He's learned how to survive.
Yep. And like for Ix, it's kind of similar where like that good old religious drama stuff, like he's not stupid. He just knows what he has to say and what he has to do to stay alive in a world that is actively hostile, you know. So like
Yeah.
but like this player was just like, yeah, he's a himbo, and I was like, oh, you couldn't be more wrong. You couldn't be more incorrect.
You are so wrong. Oh god, I forgot Die Young was the first song on Rika's playlist.
Oh man, I wish I could do uh like copywritten music on stream, or I would play Despavir's playlist right now, but I cannot because I will be striked.
You will be murdered.
I will be stricken down by Twitch itself, which I already have been twice. Even though I'm using non-copyright music, Twitch is still like, don't, and I'm like, fine.
I'm fine. Art for Rika, so I can be like, fuck does he look like? I forgot. I abandoned my boy.
I've abandoned my boy.
Oh god, I also forgot how many fucking piercings he had. Jesus Christ. One time I drew Rika and I was like, why the fuck does he look like this? Like, he doesn't look right. And then I realized I didn't give him his tusk.
Yeah. That happened to me actually. The one time that I did draw Rika, I ended up drawing him and then thinking like something is wrong, and then like having to add the tusks later.
Wait, hold on. I've done that with so many characters. It's like, why doesn't this look like a character? And it's because I forgot to draw something very important to what this character looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderfully strange.
Yeah, that happened to me too with my most recent drawing of Matisse. I drew him and then I totally forgot his like his discoloration on his skin, and I was like, why does this look not like him? And then like I went back and looked and I was like, oh, I forgot his skin problem.
Where's he draw? There he is. Found him.
Found boy.
Found boy. Boy located. Computer likes to be angry.
Yeah, my computer is not all that happy with me right now. It never is when I stream, because it's always just like, how dare you
Running a
attempt...
Facebook program.
Yeah, how dare you attempt to be running Clip Studio and streaming software at the same time? Screw you. But it's
Did have a
yeah, it's been recently very angry at me, and it's made me want to actually get like a legit desktop computer.
I've wanted a desktop for years, but like,
Yeah, money.
my laptop is getting to the point where it's like, I'm done, because it's been doing this really fun thing where whenever I close it, when I open it back up, the screen is some fun colors.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
and it takes a minute for it to go back to just showing me the screen as normal, and I'm just like, that's not great.
Yeah. Yeah, mine this laptop currently that I'm streaming on does a thing where it will, like, while I'm uh, doing anything on it, it's like almost the LEDs are wearing out because it will like if I click away from a screen that I've been on for a while, it'll show like a ghost image of that screen in the next thing that I do, and I'm like, that doesn't look great.
That's not ideal.
Yeah. It so far hasn't interfered too much with me being able to do art, but I know that like as an artist eventually that's going to become a problem.
That is not going to continue to be harmless for long.
Mhm.
How old is this computer?
I think I got it like a year and a half ago. It's not that old, but it's also a Windows. And like
Fair.
I don't I Windows are not reliable. I just have it because I was my MacBook broke like when I needed it, and so I was like, okay, well I guess we'll buy like a Surface Book to hold me over until I have enough money to buy another computer, you know.
Yeah. I have a Windows, and this boy has uh held up for a while. I think he's going on like 6 years, 6 or 7, and that's ancient for a laptop.
It's funny to hear you say that because I have had Macs my whole life. My most recent MacBook that died at like 13. So,
Yeah, but you also got to consider the fact that when you got that MacBook, like if your MacBook was 13 years old, you got it before like they really started pushing that what's the term? Artificial no, not artificial scarcity. The other one.
um
ADHD is fun. I know the word I'm trying to say.
planned obsolescence.
Manufactured obsolescence.
Yeah, yeah.
Like so like back when they made things reliable, because if you make things reliable, people will buy them. But
Mhm.
like also if you make them break after a year or two, people will continue to buy them
Yeah. I mean,
because they have to.
I don't know. I think Mac has been doing that for a while because even my current laptop, like the reason why it died wasn't because it itself had anything wrong with it. Like it still runs. I can still turn it on. It's just that like the software and hardware, like
Oh
the
yeah, it's way beyond what it can handle now, because
yeah,
then so
yeah.
you have to buy something new every few years, or else it'll just you'll have a very expensive brick.
Yep, exactly.
You've got a lovely paperweight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like it's currently in a drawer right now. And I'm like, someday I
Think of it.
will take the hard drive out of this and fix it and make it so that I can use it like uh, as like because I want to affix it to a Cintiq because then it's only running Clip Studio, you know, and I don't need a lot of software or anything like that. I just need it to run Clip Studio if I affix the drive to a Cintiq, but Cintiq's expensive, so I have to wait to do that.
Really want our tablet like a screen, the 10 display ones,
Mm-hmm.
and like one of my coworkers has one. He's got an iPad and he's got Clip Studio on it, but I found out that for like iPad, the Clip Studio app is like a month to month.
Yep. It's a
You can't just
subscription. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't just buy it, which sucks because I already have Clip Studio on the computer,
Mm-hmm.
but I
Yep.
can't do that, which blows. But
That's why
you
I.
know,
That's part of the reason why I didn't want to get an iPad when my computer blew because I was like, I need something that I can just purchase Clip Studio and have it. So I just got this and bought Clip Studio for it, and I was like, there.
also you do fucking huge canvases, so you need a lot of memory.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like even this canvas right now is pretty small compared to what I normally work on. This is a 7 by 7 inch 600 DPI canvas, and normally I'm on a 16 by 24 600 DPI canvas. So this is a tiny canvas.
Baby canvas.
Yeah.
forgot that was what my username. In every chat I'm in, I have various horrible screen names.
Mm-hmm.
And on this one, it's lie back and think of Mothman.
Perfect.
On my main one, it's currently it is unpleasant bones down.
That's even better. I love that.
It's because of the Donner Party episode of Puppet History.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. Oh, have you
Chatter
been?
with me.
Have you
And
been?
because of the Christmas special one, my friend Pratt is currently sopping wet pile of bones.
Yep. Have you been watching the Stephen Lim show on Watcher?
Which one? I watched a couple of the cooking ones.
Yeah, the cooking ones.
Those are fun. Those are cute. He's very good at cooking.
Yeah, he keeps like saying
I
that
imagine
he's
he would
not.
have to at this. I like the tacos though.
Yeah, those tacos. Those tacos made me want tacos. They looked so good.
It was so bad. I want just good beef. I would kill for fucking Wagyu. I just want to try it just once.
Oh, you've never tried it?
No.
Oh my god.
Wait, I might have, but like very thin strips on like I went to a sushi place once. I think I went with you.
Maybe.
And I got like very thin strips. Like it was sushi, but it had like very thin strips of beef on it.
Mm-hmm.
Jalapenos. I don't know, but I don't think I've ever actually had it.
Yeah. Well, and like the Wagyu that you get here in America is never going to be as good as the Japanese, because like Wagyu just refers to the place that it's made. So like you can call anything Wagyu beef if it's made in that place. It's kind of like champagne. Like champagne refers to champagne in France. Like so a lot of times people will get like not great quality beef, but it's still Wagyu, and so they're like, oh, it's marketed as Wagyu, but it's not. And so like here in the US it's hard to know the quality of the Wagyu that you're getting. But like yeah, it is something that I would say is good to try, if only once. Like it's kind of like Angus beef in that way, where it's like it's not worth it for like everyday stuff, but like to have it once is good.
It's like too fancy.
Yeah, Wagyu. Yeah, Wagyu is one of those things that like I don't know how to put this, but sometimes food like is just better when it's not good, if that makes sense. Like if you were trying to make tacos, I wouldn't make them with Wagyu. I know that they look like they're probably really great because Stephen Lim is good at cooking, you know, but like I would never make tacos with that kind of beef, because like part of the fun and the goodness of tacos is that it's shitty meat, you know. And a lot of the like seasoning and spice recipes of things like tacos, or like lasagna or anything like that, it's made for meat that is tougher and harder to eat. And so when you put this like extremely soft, extremely textural meat, you kind of overpower things with flavor, because like a big point of Wagyu is that you can taste what the cow has had, what the cow has eaten. So it's like I wouldn't put that on a taco, but it is worth like having as like a sashimi plate once, you know, because it's like it's great, it's good meat, but like not worth eating on a taco. Yeah, honestly.
Like, and like hearing how they make it is like, why though?
Yeah.
Like what's like I get it, but also I don't.
Yeah. It sounds like a lot of effort.
At least those cows are just vibing.
Yeah.
Like they don't live long, but they get a good life while they're here.
Mm-hmm. I mean, no cow lives long though.
Well, yeah.
I mean, like if they're cattle for like service industry things, like we artificially make cows not live very long. Because like in the wild,
they have to grow up fast and get to that stage where they can be slaughtered for the best meat fast.
Yep. I mean, but that's like the thing with that is that's standard for all cattle. Like we feed, like when we had cattle, we fed our cattle in that same way. Like, we made it so that they gained weight and pounds and stuff fast, and grew up fast, because it's like really not, and this is, capitalism sucks, but it's really not monetarily viable to have cattle if you don't do it that way, because like otherwise you're waiting close to like 4 years to finally be able to like butcher a cow. So a lot of the times it's like, oh, we have to make cows grow up fast and you know, reproduce fast and do everything quickly so that we can have meat.
Oh god, I found some of my old art because I'm looking for things I've posted of Rika.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I need to actually build up the confidence to post actual art, because then I can find it way easier than just finding it in like group chats where I'm like, look what I drew today that I'm not going to post anywhere.
Yeah, same. God,
Like, I want validation, but also not from strangers.
Yeah.
I need my friends to love it, and then that's it, and then I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah, the other issue I was running into a little while ago when I was doing the Oshin drawing, I actually had to go find a sticker I made of him like years ago that was on one of my sketchbooks, because I had no posts of any of the art that I have ever made of this character, and I was like, how is it that I've had this boy for this many years and I've never posted anything about him? And it's honestly just because I make art and then I go into a little hovel and I don't talk to anybody on the internet.
I want to like draw this character I've been working on, but I also want to just commission somebody else to draw him, because I want to find somebody who does the Hades style. Like, I've seen a couple artists who do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that would be very fun. Just to like have that, but
You know what's really funny? Recently, like, not saying like you should commission me. I am extremely busy.
I'm also extremely broke right now.
Yeah, but like, funny side thing is I have been practicing doing the Hades style because on Friday I am doing Hades fan art on stream.
Nice.
So it's gonna be a fun time. I'm gonna try to learn how to do that art style. I'm gonna do, what I want to do is like do 1 or 2 pieces in the Hades style and then do a Hades character in my art style, because I can do the Hades art style, but I if I'm gonna do fan art, I want it to look like my art, you know. So I'm gonna probably be doing like a couple of my characters in the Hades style, and then doing like Hades fan art in my style.
Like, I don't know. The Hades style is really cool, but like drawing the Hades characters in the Hades style it just doesn't strike me as necessary or fun.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're doing really stupid memes.
Yes. Yeah.
And like, you don't have to do the Hades style, but I feel like it'd be funny if you did a dumb, like my friend has been doing. I'm gonna send you. You probably can't look at it now, but like.
Yeah.
God, she's got 2 different courses, and like one of them is her "Don't talk to me," you like friends only Twitter.
Uh-huh.
Her art Twitter. She also occasionally turns her Twitter onto private because she does DC art from time to time.
Yeah.
And the DC fandom is a nightmare.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh god, she's trying to make Patrick Keeley's charms.
Ah, good.
And she's not gonna like sell them. She's doing them for herself mostly.
Yeah.
But she has extras. She's gonna send them to friends. So I'm like screaming. She's been drawing them so much, and gays be drawing hands.
Yeah.
Like the tender.
Yep.
Oh, here it is. This is my favorite one.
Here, hold on. I'll actually look at it since I'm since like I think you are the only one in stream right now, so I can take a short break to look at the thing.
It says there's 3.
But
I I don't get on Twitch enough to really know.
It, if there are other people here, they're being very quiet. Uh, I'm not seeing anybody else in chat, so
It was just
sound
me for a while.
sound off if you're here, my guy. But like normally, like because Twitch is kind of buggy, occasionally it'll say like more people than it does, or like because sometimes I have people who lurk and who don't say anything in chat but they're here, and other times Twitch is like you have 3 viewers, but it's like counting people who have dropped in for a few seconds and then dropped back out, you know. So who knows? If there are people here, they're being eerily quiet.
They're just silently watching, and maybe they're shy. Some people are shy.
Yeah, I tend not to like call people out to be like, "Hey, be in chat," because like it, like I don't like that as a viewer. So I tend to just be like, "Yeah, you can just vibe." Like I don't care if people are in chat and not talking.
We are all just vibing, bro.
Yep. Plus, my stream is generally pretty like lazy, and I found that most people who watch like my channel or who follow just watch the VODs, because then they can skip over stuff, or like if there's long parts of silence where like I'm not really doing much except just working, you know, they can have it on in the background, instead of like being here live while I'm like talking and being like, I wouldn't say that like when I talk I'm it's distracting, but it's more distracting than if you're just like, I'm just gonna put this on in the background, you know? So
Forgot what rank is I'm.
mood.
Forgotten everything about my son.
That's such a mood. I totally forgot how to draw Despavir for a while, and I started this stream with this sketch already done because I had sat there going like, okay, what do I need to add for him? I totally forgot what he looks like.
He's just a pink bitch.
Yeah, he's just many pink accessories. Wow, I forgot I gave him like a mullet.
Love that for him.
Wow. It's
It's
just,
what he deserves.
it is. It's just my art style was so different then that if when I gave characters short hair, I didn't actually give them short hair. I gave them hair that like tucked into their clothes. Like if they had a high collar, it would like kind of tuck into their collar. But like when you look back at it, it's like that's a mullet. That's what a mullet looks like.
Son, that's a mullet. That's a whole ass mullet.
Yep. I'm gonna
He's
keep
very
the
clearly wearing lip gloss.
yeah. I'm gonna
Son, you are gray. We can tell.
yeah, I'm gonna keep the mullet, I think.
I love that.
I think I'm
like,
gonna keep
I
it.
feel like if any of your characters deserve a mullet, it's Dustin.
Right? Like it just fits him.
I feel like he cuts what he can reach.
Yeah. That's yeah.
And he does it with a knife.
That's same. Like that's how Oshin cuts his hair as well. Is that like he
Oh, he's a fair little forest baby.
yeah. So like Oshin's bad haircut is cut with a knife for a reason, but Despavir is just like he just doesn't care. Like he
Give a fuck.
yeah,
And then Riker's over here like face beat looking like perfect all the time. He's like, it's just I'm just beautiful. I don't know what to do. It's like you're magic, my dude. If I could just take Despavir by the hands and says, you can do whatever you want. You have magic.
yeah.
And Destivir's just like staring at him blankly.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
Hands slowly start to heat up. It's like, all right, I get it.
I feel like Despavir is one of those people who like magic exists in this world. You can look however you want, and he just like chooses to look exactly the way that he looks. Like he probably
Like Reka didn't really change anything about like he just like uses magic to always look like his best self.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like Despavir like has stuff like disguise self and like alter image and thing. He just like never uses it to alter how he looks. He's just sort of like, nah, I just look like me. I just no
He only
point.
does it for shenanigans and also to not get hate crime.
Yeah.
I think he was like low key kind of beefy, which is why he's a twunk and not a twink.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I feel like being a half orc twink, that'd be actually be very funny.
Yeah, it would.
Like he's wimpy in comparison to like his huge jack brick shithouse mom, but he's like twice as wide as his scrawny ass beanpole dad. So he's like the middle ground between the two. God, one thing Raiko would hate about the eyes is because of it would be a lot harder to tell he's wearing eyeliner with the black sclera.
Yeah.
Just like damn.
Unless you did color eyeliner, you could make him wear colorful eyeliner.
Purple eyeliner. That's a look.
Yeah. That'd be dope. I feel like if any bitch was gonna do it, it'd be him.
It'd absolutely be him, and he'd rock it. I'm gonna just write shit for Dragon now. Fucking shenanigans. Oh man, I wrote 1,000 something like 1,500 words of Stardew nonsense yesterday.
Oh, good.
Because I made I made a new Stardew character because I wanted to get a mod that requires a fresh save file. And I just decided on a whim that he's a changeling who actually replaced the guy who's supposed to be the farmer. And then I wrote a thing, like, I thought it would be really funny if the person he replaced was a giant dick. And everybody, like, just went along with him being suddenly really weird because, like, being kind of weird was better than being just awful.
Yeah.
So everybody just kind of liked him better. And I wrote a kind of emotional thing with the guy's mom who's just like, does this make me a bad mother that I don't miss him? Like, I don't fucking know. I've never had a mom. God, the earrings are so good.
It's so wild because I'm like looking back and forth between these things, and I'm like, when I started this, I was like, my art style hasn't changed all that much, and now I'm looking back and forth. I'm like, oh god, it has.
Like that.
Like in some ways, I like it better now. In other ways, I don't. Like there are other bits that I'm like, oh man, I wish I could replicate what I did like 3.5 years ago.
Know what I was doing 3.5 years ago. I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
Oh
I
man.
remember the first session and Assad asking Reka if he was cold because of his dumb Saudi outfit.
Yep.
That will never like not be in my head. It's like rent free in my head.
It reminds me of that like when you start Breath of the Wild and the old man like sees you.
Like, hey.
Like
I like that people react in Breath. I need to get Breath of the Wild for the Switch.
Yeah, you do.
I have it on my Wii U, but I need to get a new HDMI cable so I can use that. Also, I want to play Wind Waker.
Yeah.
That also.
Oh man, I love Wind Waker. It's one of my very favorite games.
I suck dick at puzzle games.
Wind Waker is the game that that solidified that Zelda games were going to be a thing for the rest of my life. Because before Wind Waker, I was into video games and Zelda games and stuff. Like my brothers played games all the time, but I was like, oh, this is a game series that my brothers like. I didn't really. I was like, it's kind of not for me. And then Wind Waker came out, and I was like, this is for me. It's made for me.
My I have a friend who would come over and play Breath of the Wild because this friend has been playing Zelda games since they started.
Yeah, same.
So he's really into them, and he loves them, and he loved the whole how little sense the timeline makes.
Yep.
But the whole time he'd come to my house and sit there for hours and play Breath of the Wild and complain about it the entire time. But he would come over just to play it. And just bitch the whole time. He calls it a Zelda game for people who hate Zelda.
That's what it is.
I get it. That's why I like it so much, because I've never really gotten into previous Zelda games because again, I suck at puzzle games.
Yeah. See, as a person who loves Zelda games, it is a Zelda game for people who hate Zelda. That's 100% exactly what it's designed to be. But I love that because that means that there's a new generation of people who love the game that I love and who are getting into it.
Same with people who started complaining about how different Pokemon games are now and how they're easier now.
Mm-hmm.
But I love that means that new generations are getting involved with Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that. It makes me so I still remember going to Target when Pokemon Sun and Moon first came out.
Mm-hmm.
With James. And he I have a picture of him on my phone standing next to the standee with the starters, and it was so cute. And I love that. I love that I get to watch people get into the things that meant so much to me as a kid.
Yeah. Same.
Keeping shit like that is so dumb.
Yeah, I was I used to be really gatekeepy when it came to Zelda because I used to when Wind Waker came out, I didn't like it because everything that I knew was from my brothers who had played the original games, and I had played them all with them. So I was only aware of the 3D Zeldas that people always compare Wind Waker to, And so I was I used to be really Wind Waker's going to be terrible because it's not this 3D rendered, perfect game that I wanted it to be. And then I finally played it when I was I think half a year after it came out, because it came out in the spring. And I remember my dad, I already at the time had a GameCube, and my dad found it and knew it was a Zelda game and didn't understand that it was a style of game that I at the time was saying that I would hate, and so he was like, I bought you this for your GameCube because it was the when I first got my GameCube, so he wanted to buy a collection of games to go with it to give me, and he bought me Wind Waker for it, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be terrible, I'm gonna hate it. I'm not gonna like anything about this game, but I'll boot it up for now. I'll figure stuff out.
I don't want anything else to do.
Yeah. And then I just remember sitting that day when I got my GameCube, sitting on the floor of the living room for 10 hours straight, not getting up, not going to get food, no distractions whatsoever. And for me, an ADHD bitch, that's a big deal. And yeah. My dad was like, you really like that game, huh? And I was like, I love everything about this game. And it's also...
I love that style because, okay, so before Breath of the Wild, my favorite game, the only Zelda game I'd ever played more than, an hour of was Phantom Hourglass.
Mm-hmm.
Because, one, I didn't have many... my consoles were all the little cheap handheld ones. Well, they used to be cheap before the Switch.
Yeah.
My first console was my Cobalt Blue Game Boy Advance SP that I
Yep.
still have, that I got for my 11th birthday. Then I got a DS Lite for my 13th birthday. And then eventually I got like a 3DS. But for the DS, they had Phantom Hourglass, and I just thought it was so cool. And I'd like, my uncle played a lot of Ocarina of Time when I was growing up. But I never really got it. Like, I liked it. It's just the puzzles were hard, and it like I'm not good at, like, my reflexes are terrible. And I had gotten so used to handheld games because I never really had access to like bigger consoles, like real consoles. I don't know the terminology, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was the first Zelda game I ever really played instead of watching somebody else play. And the art style was so fun, and it's got that same Wind Waker art style, you know.
Yeah.
And it's like I think that's what really got me with like, not, I've never cared about like aggressively hyper realistic, like, oh, next gen like graphic bullshit.
Yeah, me neither.
Like, just give me a game with a cool style that's like fun and good. Don't worry about just aggressive, like the freaking Red Dead 2 thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do the horses need realistically shrinking testicles in cold weather? Like, do they? Was that necessary in
Yeah.
any way?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah. Wind Waker was the game for me that taught me that, because like when it came out, me being like, I hate this, I'm never gonna like this game, it's always gonna be bad. And then like playing it for that long, like I realized after doing that like, and Wind Waker, honestly, I would give credit for me going into the career that I did, because I did like art. Like, it wasn't like I never drew before that game or anything dramatic like that, but like Wind Waker was this catalyst of, when I was playing it, I realized like, oh, the thing I like about this is story. Like, I like the story. I don't like games because they are beautiful or fun to play or whatever. I like the story, and Wind Waker is a game that has, in my opinion, the best story of all the Zelda games. Like, the best, hands down.
I think I don't remember when that hit me, because like all the games I played as a kid, like the first game I really got into was Pokemon. Duh.
Mm-hmm.
And I liked the stories of Pokemon, but I liked the characters, I liked the world. And I think that's like, I didn't realize how much I cared about like single player story driven RPGs until I started playing Dragon Age. God help me.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, like if I'll go through so much shit, I'll deal with the shittiest gameplay in the world and like dog shit graphics if I care about the story and the characters.
Yeah.
Characters more so. Like, I've put some shit for characters, i.e. Dragon Age. But like, that's why I like the games that I like. And honestly, that's why I like Hades so much, because I don't like roguelikes,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm bad at them. But I love the characters, and I love the story. And I like the art style is gorgeous. That's the same reason I got into Darkest Dungeon.
Yeah, Darkest Dungeon is so good.
Even with the thing about Darkest Dungeon is, I've left reviews on Steam for 2 whole video games, and that is Fran Bow and Darkest Dungeon. And Darkest Dungeon I got into because like the art style was so good, but also because they've managed to do something with stock characters that you're not really supposed to get attached to, because they're stock characters and they're going to die. And you get attached to them anyway, because they've managed to put so much character into these little templates.
Yeah.
That you get in the game. Like, the only comparable thing I can really think of that's ever done anything like that is, I guess, TF2.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the context for the character stuff in TF2 you only get from outside media. Like, not the game. You don't get it from the game, you get it from the animatics, and you get it from in the comic.
Yeah.
Darkest Dungeon has character comics that give you a better insight, but you still get really, really good insight into the characters just by playing the game. Just the things they say. Like, one thing another thing I love, because there's like 70 things I love about this game, is how, like, the character design is so good that you can see the character in the clothing and the art and, like, just the colors that they choose for these characters.
Yeah.
And they say stuff, their little blurbs in combat, and, like, the one that hits me the most is the Abomination, of course, because
yeah,
we all know what I'm into. But there's he's got a skill, a campfire skill, that lowers the stress of everyone in the party, but it raises his. But he says, "You're not friends. The beast is not for you."
Mm-hmm.
And that gives such a gives just such a good insight into this character that you're not supposed to care about, because the plot of the game is your characters are going to die to replace them. You just need more meat for the grinder. But you still get attached because of those little blurbs that let you see. Another one is the Houndmaster. When he takes a hit, there's this thing he does where his sprite animates and he throws his arms out and stands in front of his dog. And I'm just like, bro, I am crying.
Yeah, like with Darkest Dungeon, it is about, and something that I think the game developers, like the game devs of Darkest Dungeon, understood really well when they made it, was it is about the smallest little details when you're making a character. Like, you can communicate so much just from, like, the littlest design details. Like, and it's something that, like, that I noticed about Zelda too, like with Wind Waker, that really got me, is like the smallest little details about how they made, like, even with just the blocky, like, cell shaded shapes of Link in that game, you can tell that, like, yeah, it's childish, but then you can see, like, little details, like they have these little, like, scuffs on his shoes when you first start playing as him, when he's still in his, like, pajamas or whatever, and they have, like, little scuffs, the same scuffs on his shoes when he changes into the, like, legendary hero outfit. And it's like little things like that where it's like, I can tell that this is a kid that runs around in the dirt a lot because of how his shoes are scuffed up, you know? And just like,
and that game is so fun. My favorite is the little kid with the huge snot bubble.
Yeah. God, I loved, the reason why I spent so long playing that game when I first got it, I spent like 4.5 hours just playing with, like, the pigs.
I did that too.
I love those pigs.
I was like, God, I hope he says the pig. The pigs were so good.
They were so good. They were like the highlight.
Just running around with a pig over my head.
Yeah.
God, I did that when I first played Phantom Hourglass. I ran around with it over my head for so long.
Mm-hmm.
For like half an hour, I was just running around with it. And then I realized you could basically fly with it.
Yeah.
And then I attacked one, and that's when I first learned the lesson of you don't do that.
Yeah, Zelda games have had that lesson since, like, the very beginning.
I never knew until that moment playing Phantom Hourglass when I was like 12. Actually, no, 13, because I got my DS. Yeah. God, there was this one game I want to play again that I really like, but my brother destroyed it. He literally smashed the cartridge with a hammer.
Oh, jeez.
It was called Golden Sun. I liked the character design for that game.
I've never heard of it.
Here, God. It was a cute little game. It was way darker than I thought it would be.
Sounds like right up my alley.
It came out in 2001. It was like a Final Fantasy-esque game. Not Final Fantasy. Well, yeah, like early Final Fantasy.
Ah.
Kinda. Like one of those.
Like JRPG style?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I really want to play the remake of Final Fantasy VII so bad. I haven't played it. I've watched other people play through it, but I want to play it so bad. I love Final Fantasy VII.
We never got into it. I actually have it, because my okay. So my friend had this ex who was with us in a D&D campaign, and this ex was god awful.
Oh shit.
And
Like remind me when I am done streaming or when I'm taking like a stream break. I have horrible god awful X updates for you.
oh, Jesus.
I can't tell you on stream because it's someone else's business, but
Yeah, but I'm ready. But this ex hated me because I didn't follow them back on Tumblr.
oh yeah, you've told me about this one.
Yeah. But there was a point where they were like really like there's like literally going through the old chat logs from that campaign. You can see the exact moment when they decided they didn't like me. And before that, they were like aggressively friendly and like fun. It was like everything was fine, but then there was a point where they just got awful. But at one point they actually bought me Final Fantasy VII on Steam because I said I had never played it, and I still have never played it. So like I'm gonna refresh it. The stream has been just buffering for like 20 minutes, and I was like, is it gonna keep going?
Sometimes it does that. It's also, it might be my end. I'm not since I'm on like a laptop, I'm not like wired with Ethernet right now. So occasionally my stream will yell and be buffering for a while.
Why? But I really like how the grayscale looks.
Oh yeah, like the grayscale sketch, this is how when I'm doing like really quick commission sketches that are like $15 to $25, this is what generally comes out. Like I do like a sketch like this, but it's just been like these types of sketches are some of my absolute favorite to do because they don't take a lot of time. But when I go in and I do like more color work with it is when I really start, like my art style changing so much has just been such a big thing because I've started doing things like this where I do like grayscale before I do color, and it's just like really amped up everything that I do.
Good. Ow. I bit myself. That's nothing to do with anything. I just. Oh man, I actually posted something I wrote recently for the house. And I've
Nice.
gotten some like actual feedback on it, which is dope, but it's been 6,000 years.
That's such a mood. Since I've been working on Handbasket on Sundays, I've been like going back through all of my notes for Handbasket, and I'm like, wow, it's been so long since I've actually like written anything, you know? Yeah.
It was, I realized way too late that I needed to change something right before I needed to post it. And then I was like, fuck! Because, okay, so there's this, it's one of those choice of games things, like an interactive story, called the Wayhaven Chronicles. Really fun. It is, unfortunately, I believe, made by a cishet person, but it's still good. It's just there are parts that are like questionable.
Yeah.
Like the fact that if you choose the non-binary option, all the names it offers you are like feminine.
Yeah.
Or like gender-neutral nicknames for feminine things, and like it defaults to all the like more feminine stuff. Like you there's this one character who's terrible. He's like you live in a tiny town. Like there's a joke where it's like if you ever don't know what's going on, ask the person next to you. It's like an old adage from this, like an old adage from this town. But yeah, it's like like this guy. He's like the one journalist in the town, and he's a shit heel, and he can also be your character's ex if you decide on that. Or
Mm-hmm.
well, the gender changes depending on what you play, basically.
Yeah.
But the character's name is Bobby. But I am a gay dude, so I play as a gay dude. So, all he's a dude. But if you choose that this character is your character's ex, the character calls you handsome if you're a dude, but also if you choose to be a girl, he calls you Angel, and I just think that's dumb. Like,
Yeah.
Angel is gender neutral, and it's just as easy, no matter what, because he's your ex.
Yeah.
They're your ex. But yeah, so it's just like all the nicknames. Also, it's weird because one of the characters you can romance will also call you handsome, and I'm like, but if you're a girl, this character calls you, or a girl or non-binary, the character calls you gorgeous. And just choose one. Make it all the same.
Yeah,
it's
like
much easier for you as the creator, and also just makes sense.
yeah, like it's one of those unnecessarily gendered things where it's like, why is this? Why is this?
There's romance routes with how many? There are 4 characters. I can't count. But
It's okay. We're both gay. No one can count here.
Neither of us know how to count.
I mean,
Yeah,
I say that, but I'm a
characters,
gay that's good at math.
I don't know how to do anything like math related. Fuck that noise. But yeah, and the character's gender changes based on what you decide. Like if you're into guys and girls, it'll basically, I think it randomizes what you get, like in terms of the characters. The characters are stock, like the stock characters, but the gender changes depending. So I got an ask once because I was talking about the character Mason, who is Morgan if you choose that you're. It's like, why do you only ever talk about the male unit Bravo? And I was just like leaning really close to the mic, just, I am gay.
Yeah.
But there's 2 characters that, like, there's one romance for each of these 4 characters. But there are 2 characters you can have a love triangle. Like, why? And I was like, why can't you just be poly? And the creator's response to that was, oh, well, these 2 characters are like siblings. And I'm like, that's the only time anybody ever said that is if the characters are the same gender.
Yeah.
It's never if the character's a different gender, because then if it's a guy and a girl, then it's like, oh, obviously they're in love.
Mm-hmm.
So in the stuff I write, since I don't romance either of those characters with the character I made, guess what? They're in love. They're just stupid. That's like one of my favorite dynamics. It's requited. They're just dumb.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite ones too.
I also couldn't think of a title for so long, and I was getting really, really frustrated. And when I like can't think of a title, I do the that old chestnut of song title in all lowercase.
Yeah.
Or just lyrics in all lowercase. But I thought of a really good one, and I was really proud of it. And it's because the premise is the characters don't realize that the player character has so many fucking tattoos because my character is just covered in them. Because the character had a really kind of wild child upbringing, and has a bit of a criminal background as well. But I was reminded of that thing my granddad likes to say whenever he's reminded of my tattoos and he wants to let me know that he disapproves of them. It's like he calls them a permanent solution to a temporary insanity. I'm like, thanks, Grandpa. They're already on my body. You can't do anything about that. I cannot peel them off.
I mean, technically, you could get laser, but
for laser removal, I will not remove them, but I will use that money to buy food.
Yeah.
Just honestly, my tattoos are better than the tattoos my dad had. So
I feel like that's not a hard level to beat.
Yeah, because okay, in his defense, before the shitty hand tattoo, the other tattoos he had were mostly just shitty white boy tattoos, which like, yeah, they're not great, but not the worst. But the hand tattoos took it over. That's
Oh my god. I have to pop like everything in my hands because of the carpal tunnel.
now crackle pop ass bitch.
Yep, that's me. Oh, I need to find my.
I walked over to my
glove.
bedside table to get my chapstick, and Cookie just looked at me and then flopped over, and I was.
Hoshi is
I
currently
need to go eat.
Hoshi is currently in my bed and is laying where I normally sleep because I took away the pillows.
Can you tell me how a 5-pound animal, roughly the size of your average plush toy, can manage to scooch me to the very edge of my full-sized bed?
Yeah, I wish I knew because Hoshi does that too.
Yeah, but Hoshi's like a real dog.
I love how you say that. Hoshi is a real dog.
She is. Sookie's a beanie baby.
Hoshi's not a dog. She's like a weird fox creature.
Yeah, but she's at least vaguely dog-sized and shaped.
Yeah, you're right. She is like dog shaped vaguely.
What the fuck that is? Like, I guess legally she's a dog, but that's about as far as it goes.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, just, I don't know. She's decided that the middle of the bed is her spot, but she also wants to be pressed up against me at all times. So, like, she ends up somehow scooching me to the edge of the bed. So I've been sleeping curled up on the edge of my bed.
Yeah, I mean, Hoshi has been doing that too. Like, she's been essentially, like, stealing my spot on the bed where I put, like, my pillows for the night. She will lay there, and if I'm on the bed doing anything, she will want to be, like, right up next to me. And she's, like, she's not a small, like, she's small as far as dogs go, but she's not, like, a small creature. Like, she's 20 pounds. So she's, like, radiating heat next to me. And I'm sitting in my bed, which is already full of, like, blankets and stuffed animals and stuff. And I'm like, Hoshi, I am already warm. Please stop. And I try to move her, and she'll move, like, 2 inches. And then 2 minutes later, she's next to me again, trying to, like, shove me to the side. She's just horrible. Alright, I finally put my carpal tunnel thing back on, so I had to take it off to do the line art that I was doing for the text, but I put it back on because it was starting to ouch.
I actually need to go eat.
Yeah, you should go do and eat. I haven't eaten either. I should probably take like a short stream break and grab the food that I made.
Do that. Please eat a food. But it was good talking to you. I hope your art goes well. I love your boy. He's beautiful and he's my everything.
Yeah.
I hope he torments your players because it's what he deserves.
I hope he torments them too. I also hope that like when you finally do show up in the campaign that you can have fun tormenting them alongside him.
I will have so much. I really need to look into getting one of those like voice changer things for Discord.
Yeah, you should. I might have one that I can link to you to for him, because if you're looking for one for your character.
I must be creepy.
Yeah.
I am not capable of the voice I imagine in my head character, because I sound like the stock nerd character in every shitty like 4 kids anime dub. That's just my voice.
I wish I knew what I sounded like, honestly. Since my voice has changed, like I have no bear of reference. Like I knew what my previous voice sounded like, but I have no idea what I sound like now.
I don't know how to explain it. I'll think on it, because like you have a very like chill, laid back, low voice.
That's good. That's
It's
good
like
to know.
raspy.
Good. Yeah, cuz like I knew when I like before transitioning, I knew that my voice I have like a bit of vocal fry. Um
Yeah.
so I knew that that was there. So and that doesn't change when you have tea. So I was like, yeah, I'm sure that the vocal fry is still there, but I have no idea what else like what other traits my voice has. Because like I also just hate how I sound. So like whenever I hear myself, it's almost like I my brain like when I listen back to streams or videos or anything, my brain dissociates, and it's just like
And like just stick your old voice that you hate back in
yeah,
there instead.
yeah, it just
I don't
like
even remember what you used to sound like, honestly.
yeah, like everyone that I've talked to about it has just been like, yeah, it feels like you've always had the voice that you have now, and I'm like, that's good, but like I wish my brain knew that.
Yeah, I wish I wish my brain could do that.
Yeah,
Good night, my dude. Go eat some food. Get
I
mushy
will.
kisses.
I will. I'm gonna put the stream on the be right back so that I can go eat food.
Okay. I'll leave it running in the background
Cool.
just for
Thank you, friend.
because I read somewhere that that helps.
It does. It what it does is it tells Twitch that there's like someone else, like you know how it said like 3 viewers or whatever. The more people are currently viewing, the more Twitch promotes what you're doing.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, now I'm popping. Now I am the snap crackle pop ass thing.
Snap crackle pop. All right, I'm gonna turn my mic off.
Oh God, I need to not sit at my desk anymore. Yeah, my shit's fucked. All right. Good night. Bye.
She found her peace. future.
And I'm back. Took about a half hour to eat some ramen and get myself some dinner so that I'm not like wasting away on stream here. Let me take a sip of my coffee and we'll get back into it. Now, I've placed my color palettes here so that I can show you what I've got for that, but I've started working on a little more of the grayscale, and gotten that up to par here. So Despavir, being one of my drow characters, obviously has gray skin. One thing that I've started doing with my drow is not giving them solidly gray skin. When I painted Matisse, I gave him a bit of like blue and green accents because those are his main like color traits that he has. So I'm probably gonna do the same thing with Despavir, just like I did over here in the sides. So I'm gonna be altering his skin tone away from this gray a little bit, adding some like accent color, adding some detail and depth so that it isn't just flat gray for him. So, but first I'm just gonna add a couple little extra details to the grayscale. And his skin is also darker than his hair, so I think I'm also going to go in with this like these overlay layers that I made. I'm gonna make a new one, drop it down to 40, and just lightly color his hair so that it is lighter than his skin, both his hair and his outfit. Now, I don't want to go for like stark white, because he is his hair does have like a tone, and it's important to have that. It's important to have some tone for me to grab when I'm going in and doing paint, but I am just gonna gently color in everything like that. But yeah, I had some good ramen. I've gotten this like rice-based ramen recently that's very, very good to eat. So I've just been, whenever I need like a quick food item, I've been having that, since I have it in the cupboard. Also had some toast. I know toast and ramen, not that great, but it was alright. And I also have leftover curry in the fridge for when I'm done streaming, from my last stream actually, when I ordered curry. So I have, a full meal as well, because sometimes when I stream I forget that that food exists. So especially when I get like super in the zone while I'm painting. So it's good to have food that's there, that's already like made and prepared, so that I just have to heat it up when I'm done streaming. But yeah, I've just been gonna go in and add in detail work on this until it looks done enough for me, and then I can easily go in with color. Yeah, I've been contemplating how I'm gonna detail up his clothes for quite a bit, since in his original design his armor plate goes on top of this frilly shirt that he's wearing, and I kind of realized while I was doing the sketch and doing the line art there that I don't really need to give him more of a shirt than this. It's got enough shape and kind of like bounce to it that I think it looks fine, and I'm not going to draw the armor in this sketch, because it's really not about that right now. I do have to redesign his armor for when I make it later, because the armor that I gave him is kind of impractical to wear. I realized that when I was trying to cosplay him the first time, so I do have to go back and redesign that armor for him so that he is no longer absolutely terrible with armor. But I hope doing this, I hope like streaming what I'm drawing makes sense to people, because I, like, before I started streaming, before I like really did much of anything art-wise, I I never made like videos or anything like that because I always was like, oh, I don't think that's going to be entertaining. I don't think there's anything that anyone can learn from what I'm doing. Like I've always just done art one way, so I don't think it'd be useful to people or fun to watch, I guess, for people. So I'm hoping that like showing how I do stuff is fun for people to watch, or is I'm hoping that you can learn something from what I'm doing. Probably learning more by my mistakes than anything, but you know, I'm hoping I'm hoping there's like some value to it. At least a little bit of character creation value. And normally when I do paintings like this, if I wasn't going to use these with like, because when I'm saving them with a transparent background as a PNG, so that I can put them directly onto the website as their own little like PNG item. But so I'm saving them like that. And normally, if I wasn't going to do that, I would have just dropped the grayscale directly in to the image. Like I wouldn't have spent all that time selecting out like the sketch and painting the grayscale on top of it. I would have just made the entire background and the whole image grayscale, which I think you'll probably get to see that on, if not on Friday, definitely on Sunday, because I do have to do some character design stuff on Sunday, character and environment design stuff for Handbasket, so hopefully on Sunday you'll get to see what it looks like when I just drop the grayscale down. But since I'm doing things a little more complicated this way, I have to use the selection tool a lot more, and it's gotten me a lot more confident with the selection tool, I've found. Like, I'm not super great at it, but I'm learning. I'm also trying to learn, most recently, how to get my face cam up on my streams, because I do have a way to do that. I just haven't figured out how to get it to run without lagging and slowing everything down. So hopefully, maybe in the next couple of streams, I'll have like an actual face cam. That's super nerve-wracking for me. A lot of the allure of doing like streaming and YouTube, for me, like when I was younger, not now obviously, but when I was younger, a lot of the allure of doing like speed painting and streaming and all that stuff was I could do my art in quiet without other people and without people like worrying about people watching me, and that's still like a big insecurity for me. So the concept of streaming with like a camera aimed at your face as someone who has pretty aggressive autism is just wild. But I'm hoping that like by doing it, it makes the stream a bit more entertaining, so it's not just sitting here staring at this same exact screen for a long period of time while I paint, because I know that can get kind of boring and not as exciting. So I'm hoping having that so that you can see me talking, you can see me gesturing, it's a little more human contact, you know. But yeah, hopefully that helps out a little bit. I've also been another fan art thing that I'm thinking that I might do on Friday if I end up having time, is I've been watching so much of Dimension 20, and I know I've like ranted about how good it is on stream before, so I won't go into that now, but I started watching season 2 of the oh man, what's it called? It's not Adventuring Academy. Maybe it is. I think Adventuring Academy is their instructional show, not like not the actual Play D&D podcast. But so I've been watching the season 2 of that, and it's been eating my soul alive, because I absolutely love Dimension 20 so much. So it's been getting to me, but I'm on the finale now of season 2, so after this. I'm trying to space it out because I know after this I run out of things to watch, except for like the things that get updated weekly. And the weekly updates really get to me because it's like I haven't been watching long enough to know when their live streams are, and when they update. So I never like get to their live streams, and I haven't followed them. I should probably follow them on Twitch actually. Oops. But I haven't followed them or anything either, so I have no idea when they stream. So I don't know when to catch their streams. They say it on every episode, but it doesn't register to me. So I'll have to go in and follow them and figure out when they stream so that I can actually be there when they're going live. But yeah, so I've been watching them most of the time. I've been watching Dimension 20 and that sort of stuff. I did watch episode 2 of Promised Neverland, and oh my god, was it good? Oh my god, was it good? There is a monster husband. I adore him. He is, like, his character, I know that they're probably going to reveal more about him, or at least I hope they do. But his character reminds me so much of Ix, and when he started talking about, like, the reasons why he was doing things, no spoilers, but, like, when he started speaking about his reasonings, I was like, oh, so it's Ix but monster. It's Ix but like in a monster body. And I fell in love immediately. I was like, it's my boy. It's a friend for my boy. And if you know anything about Ix, or you've been here on the stream before when I've talked about him, I think you can probably somewhat understand the gist of what I'm trying to say there. That like this person has a somewhat of a religious tinge that is very like very certain, that like relates really well with Ix. But yeah, so I'm hoping that like there's oh geez, that's heartburn from the ramen and the coffee. But I'm hoping that like they have more like info about him in later episodes, because Promised Neverland is a good show. Not the show I wanted when I started watching it, but definitely the show I needed. So if you haven't watched it, I highly recommend watching Promised Neverland. Definitely worth it. Like, so worth it. Alright, I need to add in some, like, because there aren't very many textural elements to this lighter tone that I've put in here. So I think I'm going to do that by erasing some of it. Because there are bits that would be not very dark, but would have like a slightly darker tinge to them because they're in shadow. So I'm just going to go in with a really, really light hand and erase little bits, like some of the curls in his hair and stuff like that, so that it translates a little better. But yeah, I've been having a lot of fun doing these streams, and you know, occasionally, just like earlier tonight, having like friends on sometimes just to chill, since it's a very chill stream, and I'm not, you know, actively playing anything or like being loud and rambunctious. Like, I can easily have friends on, have them chat and things like that. And it's been really cathartic and nice to like do art again and do it in a place that like seems somewhat public, but like where I don't have to worry about anything while I'm doing it, you know, because I'm also like in my own house, so it's like I can kind of yell into the void, as it were, and have friends on stream that can also yell into the void about random things. It's a good time. So I'm glad that I decided to start streaming. I'm glad that I made the decision away from revamping my YouTube channel to just going directly to Twitch, because I think for what I do, I think it was the right choice, because I don't like, speed paints are great, and I think that obviously I'm still gonna edit a lot of this and make it speed paints, so they're watchable when you know, I'm not streaming, because like the VODs are kind of watchable, but like, you know, things like the half-hour break for food also happen in the VODs. So like if I edit them and make them into speed paints, I can take stuff like that out. But I am gonna do that, but it's still like doing that is still, it's not the same as just making speed paints like whole cloth, because making speed paints, all the editing and all the stuff is just absolutely grueling. And like, to be honest, I can't be bothered unless I've already done like the drawing portion. And most of the time when I'm doing art, I don't have like a camera on me. Like I don't like, for no other reason than just I don't like it. I don't like being watched while I'm creating things. And like, I know that that sounds wild because like I'm here on stream sketching, but like there's a reason why I log on to stream and I usually already have a plan and a sketch that I'm already working on, you know? Because like I just don't like when that initial creation process that happens, I don't like having like input, other people's input on that particular process, you know. I don't like being watched while I'm making stuff, and that might just be like a trauma response thing, where I like as a child, I don't know if any other, probably lots of other art children had this, but like as a kid, when I was working on any art of any kind, it didn't matter what it was, when I was working on anything, my family would see it and ask me like a bajillion questions about it, and like as an autistic person being prompted repeatedly to tell them about like what I was working on and why and what it meant and all that stuff was just way too much for me and my little tiny brain. Like I didn't have the social skills to handle that, so it just like was an issue. Like I couldn't express what I wanted to express, and even if I could, like I didn't really have the tools to like how to. So it was not a good situation for me to be in. And so now whenever I'm like sharing anything art wise, like whenever I'm working on anything and people see it, I freak out. Like I can't, I'm like, not like I don't want people to talk to me while I'm working, but it's more so that like that initial design phase, you know, that like moment where I'm like sitting alone in my room like designing the character, and I'm doing like 30 or 40 sketches trying to nail it down, get it right, trying to like express what I see in my head onto the paper, right? Like in that phase is when I cannot stand having anybody around, because it just like so much of my formative years was me trying to design something, like trying to do something, trying to do the detail of something, and like having a parental figure or someone not really shit on it, because they didn't do it on purpose, and this is nothing against them, but like say something that was so incorrect and then sort of laugh off when I corrected it, if that makes sense. Like, and one of the big ones that I have examples of, and this is also the reason why I hate drawing myself a lot, is I would often get people who would like see what I was drawing, and a lot of the times it was like a character of mine, and they would ask me, "Oh, are you drawing you?" And the answer was almost always no, because I dissociate like hell and rarely draw myself. I make a joke that I draw myself once a year, and that's kind of true. So like I was always just like, no, I'm not drawing me, I'm actually drawing X character, whatever. And like the response to that was never, oh, haha, I was wrong, what's this character like? It was always like, oh, LOL, still looks like you though, or something like that. Like there was never, the acknowledgement was never towards what I was attempting to make. It was always like, well, I'm right, you just don't know that I'm right sort of situation, and that was super damaging for me. Like I like it seems like such a small thing. It seems like something that like shouldn't be harmful to like a small psyche, but it's something that I grew up with because I've been doing art since I was a baby child. Like I can't remember a time when I didn't do something creative, even if I didn't like always draw, which honestly I think I did always draw. I think I was always into art. Like I'm one of those like artists that's just like I knew I was going to be an artist from like a young age. Like I was there were like a select few list of things that I wanted to be as a child, and like artist was always on the list. Um, but you know, like even if I wasn't always drawing, I was frequently doing other creative things, and without fail, it was always something where uh, family members or someone would see it and then make some comment about like something about it that was super wrong, and I was like, you're wrong, and they'd be like, lol, well, you know, like it's almost like they behaved like they were the artist, like they could see into my brain and know what I meant, and I was like, stop acting like you know exactly what I'm trying to do, because you don't, you know. But it was just one of those like random moments that like super I guess impressed on my psyche when I was a child, and now I'm just like I can't have people watching me while I'm sketching, unfortunately. But you know, it is kind of nice now that I can stream and not feel that fear. It doesn't talking about it doesn't seem to raise much issue, and like I can still stream and still, you know, get online and everything like that. It does tend to impact a bit of my online presence. I'm not on social media very often, and part of that is this fear, because I don't like sharing my art on social media, because I fear the exact same thing of like, oh, look, you're drawing you again, you know what I mean? So I just don't share a lot of what I make, but you know, I'm glad that like over time, I wouldn't say I grew out of it, but like I grew away from the abuse, and like it stopped being an issue, so now I can make whatever I want and I can stream whenever I want, which is a really nice feeling to have. It does eventually get better. So, alright. So I gave him his silly little like plate here, and I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with it, because it's in this it's like tight to his neck, but I don't have that kind of room here, so I do have to like figure out a way to make it visible. I might just make it like a lighter color. To be blankly honest, I don't remember what this little necklace is. I don't remember what it does or why it's here. I should. I really should. But I don't. I don't remember why I gave my character this thing. I may have just wanted to give him jewelry, and I thought it was a cool shape. Sometimes that happens, where I'm like, this character would wear jewelry. I haven't given him any. I guess I'm gonna give him some, and then I just give random like pieces of jewelry. It might be something like that. I'm really trying to rack my brain to try to figure it out, but I can't think of anything. I can't think of why I would give him that thing and not have a reason for it. Because, like, I do give my characters random jewelry, but it doesn't seem random. It's, like, a very clearly a shape. I don't know. Maybe eventually I'll think about it sometime and notice, like, there's some reason why. Like, years down the line, I'll just be like, oh, yeah, that's right. I'll see this drawing and just remember. I'm going to leave it in, because I have sinking suspicion that someday down the line I'm gonna see this drawing and I'm gonna remember why I put that there. All right, well, that's close to the grayscale done, so I'm going to merge the rest of the layers down. Oh, I should have done that without the color palette visible. Hold on. Take the... Ah, crap. Well, no, I can't do that. I guess I'll just get rid of the color palette by doing this. Like that. Cool. Okay, so this one is the one without the color palette, this one is the one with, which means we do this and then clear. Clear. No, that's not what I wanted to do. What about... Huh. Odd. Okay, well... Doesn't really matter, I can just paint over that palette later. In the interest of speed, we will go without. Okay, so now we make a color layer just like the other ones. And I'm gonna pick out this pink. And this peach. So the thing about his hair that I like a lot is that it has like a lot of different tones of pink, and I did that because he is, it's like heavily implied that he dyed his hair himself, and I say heavily implied, I'm the creator, I'm implying it, but yeah, it's like, it's supposed to look like it's home done, so I gave him a lot of like alternating pinks, there's some like blue in there. I wanted it to look like he did it himself and that like he dyed it on top of another color that was already in his hair, because I haven't decided canonically if he's ever dyed his hair a different color, but I feel like it's not like, I feel like it's something that he would do. So I think like, I mean, if you're an edgy teen and you're like stuck in basically a tower for your entire life and you have all these chemicals and all this magic, I feel like one of the things that he would do would just be like, I want to have every color of hair that has ever existed. So I wanted his hair to have that sort of vibe to it where it's like, clearly he does this himself and clearly he is one of the like green haired queers that just like decided one day his hair was going to be pink and went with it, instead of this being like a thought out like, oh, my color scheme is pink. Like, he would definitely be the type of character that would have green, like neon green hair and then wear like pink clothes, you know, that just like kind of clash and don't really go together. It's 100% him. He's not as clashing as Oshin, but he definitely does not. He's more fashionable than most of my characters, but he definitely does not follow fashion trends. He's more fashionable because he doesn't. But yeah, he's definitely like that. Give him a little bit more of a bright pink around here. And at this point, I'm just going in like super messily with all the colors that I want to have, because it, it doesn't really matter because I'm going to go in and like blend them all eventually. So I'm just going to like lay down a bunch of colors quickly, just because I know that eventually I'm going to have to blend these, and they're going to kind of lay over top of each other and have like a layered effect when I do have to blend them. So this also helps me see like what the density of the colors that I'm using is, so that when I do have to blend them, I know which color profile to grab from. And these colors that I'm grabbing aren't gonna stay on the screen for very long. You'll see quite quickly that they kind of like edge themselves out, and like I no longer need to use them. But they are like a good base for what I like to do. They do provide like a good setup. I'm trying to think of like what my next OC should be, what my next painting should be, because Despavir and Matisse and Ix and all of them are like the main ones that I always paint. So I need to figure out what my next lad is gonna be. I mean, I could always just paint Sabriel. I love Sabriel. No one has seen him for quite some time, and he's in need of some updated art. I have some really old art for him that needs updated, so I might just do that. I think it'd be fun. I think he'd be an interesting boy to paint. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I haven't gotten to paint like a proper vampire character in a bit, since Caspian isn't really a vampire anymore, at least in the way that I draw him now, in the way that I've like altered his character. He is now not so much a vampire, so it'd be fun to actually go in and do like the standard vampire drawing that I like to do with Sabriel. Sabriel does not look like a standard vampire, but in order to do his facial structure and everything justice, I do have to draw like a rather standard vampire face. So yeah, I might do that. I might get to introduce everyone to Sabriel next stream. He does need new art, like really bad. My old art of him is so old, because I made him almost 4 years ago now. Quite some time ago. Also going through and blending all of this is making it so that I can blend the pink into the skin. One thing that like really amped my art up and made me learn to do better at art is that like the concept that skin is translucent and collects color is a big one, because for the longest time I was like, why does other people's art look so like reflective and interesting, you know? Like big name artists, not like other people. Like I am jealous of my art friends, but like, you know, I was like, why do big name artists, why does their art look so good and you know, clean and nice? And like half of that is just practice, but I found out a lot of it is because skin is reflective, and therefore when you put like pink, especially a vibrant pink like this, next to it, it will reflect that pink a little bit in the skin itself. Like you'll be able to see some of that pink showing through. So once I learned that kind of rule of thumb, I was like off to the races. Like, oh, suddenly my art jumped like several levels of better. So it's just like a little thing that I learned, and now I put it in literally everything I make because I'm like so proud of myself for learning it. I'm still not great at like doing reflective shadow, but it is something that like I find very, very fun and intriguing to do. I need to find my line art layer. Is this it? Is this my line art layer? I can't tell. Is this it? No. Okay, this is it. That's gotta be it. Okay. Duplicate that layer, take this one down, and then I'm going to erase the bits that I don't want. So drop it down a bit. Just anywhere that this line art wouldn't be seen through the brush strokes I've already made. I say line art, but this is actually like more of a sketch situation. I'm doing this just because I do want to turn, actually, let's undo that. I do want to turn this line art a color, especially in the hair. So I'm going to grab this very vibrant pink and I'm going to color hold this line art because I want this to be this color. I want to go with even brighter. Let's go with a brighter pink. Yeah, there we go. I want it to be, I want to color hold this line because I want it to be like very vibrant against his skin. To have that like very accented look. Plus I put a lot of lines in the hair and it's making the hair read much darker than it should. Actually, a lot of this is reading a lot darker, but I'm gonna fix that with drawing in some light highlights and lowlights and stuff. This step just makes it so that the line art in the hair doesn't read as dark as it has been. So there's that, and then I'm gonna drop it down just a little bit so that it's not totally obscuring everything. And I'm only really messing with like the interior lines and the lines on this side of the face over here. Because if I mess with those exterior lines too much, it'll mess with the silhouette of the hair. And I don't want that. I just want it to not be as... I want the lines to not be as strong. So, okay, drop it down a little bit more. There we go. That's good. And then I'm going to do the same for down here on his outfit, because I have a lot of accenting lines down here as well that could use a little bit of touch of light. Doing this kind of color hold stuff also takes everything you make just like slightly up a level in quality, because it's like one of those, like, when your lines are just straight black. A lot of art styles have the straight black lines, and there's nothing wrong with that if that's the way that you make things. It's just that like color hold lines tend to look more professional when you have thicker, like when you're like me and you have like chunkier line weight. They tend to make everything more cohesive. Easier to read, easier to see for like the untrained art eye, I guess. They make things a little bit more detailed gives like a little bit of accent color to everything. Okay. Now that I have done some pretty awesome color holds, I think my next step here is probably going to be to fix that, fix some little close nitpicky detail things, and then posterize everything and grab some of the colors from that posterization, which is like the next step of how I make my colors look the way that they do. I start out with this like adding in the colors thing where it's like, oh, you know, pink would reflect off the skin, all of that reflexive color stuff. I start with that, and then I move on to posterizing and stealing colors from it, which just gives even more depth to the color, because when you posterize things, you see that they will turn like several different shades of like one color, and they will also add in, posterization will add in colors that were not there, and it, like, the depth that you get from doing that is hard to replicate when you're just painting. It's like a type of depth that you get that just doesn't show up frequently, so it's hard to continue and put it on your character when you don't know where that stuff is. If I was better at light and shadow, I probably wouldn't need to do that step, but I'm not, so I do it. It's a quick way to understand how light works, and at least in the way that I draw, it's a very quick way to be like, oh, you know, when I posterize this, this gradient over here that I had turns into just like a flat ash color, and I'll just grab that ash color and block it in. Makes, you know, doing those sorts of like blocky color washes a lot easier for me. Especially since, like, being a tetrachrome, I don't, if I don't do the posterization, my colors will be all wonky. And that, like, all of this may just be a me thing, but if I don't posterize my image and then steal the colors from that, I will choose colors that are so random, like so way off of the color threshold that they won't translate and no one will be able to look at it but me. Like, the art will just look like not put together, not thought through, because the colors are off. So I like to have that sort of like subtle guideline of just, oh, that's what colors should look like. That's what complementary colors look like next to each other, you know? So it's a good like test, and like another good test to do is to make your entire painting grayscale while you're painting. And that just makes all the colors easily read and easily, you know, put there so that you can, like, while you're working, you can toggle the grayscale layer on and off, and it'll show you, like, this is what it looks like. So it's a good way to look at your tones to make sure that you're putting in enough value difference, you're putting in enough detail, that kind of stuff. So I like doing that step as well, because it does help for things like this. But, you know, as you can see here, once I did that grayscale, which took me, where are we at now? Grayscale took me about 3 hours. We're at hour 4, so doing like painterly color like this takes me 1 extra hour on top of everything. This is a very like sketchy way to do it. This is usually the way I do for like really quick illustrations, for really quick sketches and stuff. And most of the time, if this was not a painting for myself, if I was not making this for me, I would leave it right about here. I would just be done. I'd be like, cool, that's good enough. That's a sketchy commission. and if they wanted it more rendered or detailed, I would go in and render on top of this. But like, since this is a painting for me and my own personal use, I'm gonna keep going a little bit and add more detail and texture and stuff that I want to add. But like, you can get a completely passable painting by just doing this. And it tends to like read really well when you do the kind of blending that I do, which is not blending, which is literally what I'm doing right now, which is just putting a color on top of another color and being like, that's blended, right? Just doing very sketchy lines next to each other. That's blending, right? But this type of painting where you just kind of go in, like, do your grayscale paint and then do a color layer on top of that to change the color, helps with this sort of blending. It makes it so that, like, when I get to the point where I need to add in the sketchy lines and the blending, I've already got those colors down. I just need to grab them from the image itself. I don't have to sit there and like fuss with the paint colors or the palette, or like trying to make the colors blend, or trying to get the colors to be the right hue and the right saturation for what I'm doing, because they're already down. I just need to grab them. It's one of my like favorite things about doing art this way, and like for years I wouldn't do things like this because it was so easy and so not complicated that I felt like it wasn't worth my while to do. I was like, oh, no one's gonna love the detail of my work if I do that. And then like I started doing it, and now I'm to the point where like I just don't make art if I don't take these steps and make it a little easier on myself. Because if I sit here and try to render this painting without doing that grayscale on top, like first, the rendering would all be off. Okay, let's try that posterization. Yeah, and you can see where I laid in like this color, this color, this color over here. You can see where I laid all of those in. You can see the blue that I did as a highlight right here on the hair. You can see where I laid in some more of that green and blue and gray right down there. You can see all of that. And that's helpful to be able to see, because then I can just go in and go color layer here. It's not going to alter the shade of the piece, and then drop it down quite a bit. And then I have those same like color accents that were always there. They're just a little bit more amplified. They have a little bit more oomph to them if I have like a color layer that has them on there already. So I'm going to put it at 15%. And now is when I get to go and grab some fun stuff. First, I'm gonna make this parchment actually parchment colored. So, that's not what I wanted. Nope, that's not what I wanted either. There we go, color. So now I get to go in here and just kind of add some extra lines, some extra texture, making this parchment actually read as parchment. Crap. Adding parchment texture to everything. Getting rid of some of these accent colors where the pink bled in to here. Fixing up here where the pink kind of bled over, where the gray bled in, all that stuff. Adding in some of this blue, some of these like highlight colors up there. Oh yeah, and then I need to make the gold little doodad here. I remember in like a very early draft of Despavir, he had these like tattoos and the eye one that's on his chest right there is very prominent. But he had a bunch more than that, and I got rid of a lot of them. But I remember his tattoos used to be like gold, like they were metallic, and then I, for some reason, got rid of that. I think because I have another character that has that trait, where like all of his tattoos are metallic, and then I got rid of the character where that actually has that trait. So now Despavir could have it again, but I don't want to. So. But yeah, I remember that being like a big part of his character for a bit, is that he had like these super metallic tattoos. Because I thought it was very cool. I probably watched an anime with it. That's like, honestly, 9 times out of 10, find like a character trait that I think is cool, there is most likely an anime that I watched with that character trait in it. Not that I steal all of my ideas from anime. I mean, I do, but like, not that that's the reason. It's more so that like, if I find a character trait that I find interesting in another storyline, I cannot help myself. I will make my own character with that in it, with that trait there, because I get this overwhelming urge of like, oh, if I was writing that, I would do it like this, and then it's like, now I am writing it. Like I can't stop myself from writing it, so now it's like, oh, if I was doing that, I would do it this way. And then it's like 2 seconds later, I'm sitting at the writer's desk, and I'm like, when did I get here, you know? So I frequently, if there's like a character trait that I'm like, oh, I love this, I'm vibing with this character trait, there's some sort of anime or something that I watched where that character trait was a prominent thing. And it's not a bad thing. Like, you can take character traits and make your own thing out of them. No one owns traits, so it's not like plagiarism to be like, I like the way these tattoos look, I'm gonna make a character with tattoos. Not that look exactly like that, but that have a similar aesthetic. It is plagiarism to be like, I like these tattoos, so my character has them now, which is a reason why I really don't like some of my commissioned things for that reason, because it's like, you can't just say you like a thing and then your character owns it now. That's not how that works. But you can look at a character trait and be like, something like this, like similar mood or something like that. That does track. You can do that. Cool. Epic. Alright. Now we're getting into that final stretch territory. Let me look at this here. Actually, to do the saturation, I'm gonna have to make this. There we go. Cool. So I think this side of the face is just a little bit too dark. It's not reading well, so I'm gonna fix that. And I think overall everything is just a hair too dark. So I do have, and part of the reason I kept it, I do have the layer back here somewhere where I made the hair lighter. I think it's this layer. Hold on. Is that it? No. Somewhere in here I have that. Is it this one? Is it the 40% layer? I think it's this one. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna do this, and I'm just gonna put it in as soft light so it doesn't interfere with much. And that's just gonna gently brighten that a little bit, because his hair is pretty bright. I still haven't gone in and laid in the like true highlights yet, but that is something that I wanted to make sure that I did. Okay, and then I need to lay in, I've got this flat brush, so I'm gonna go in and lay in some highlights in the hair. since his hair is curly, putting in highlights can be very sporadic and fun. Because I don't have to worry about, I mean, I do have to worry a little bit about the hairstyle, but I don't have to be as worried about it as I am with some other characters. Because I can just put them in willy-nilly, kind of, and it'll still make sense, because curly hair tends to have many highlights in many places because of the curls. So, and then we're gonna go make it a glow layer. Thanks, Hoshi. Love you too. Make it a glow layer, drop it down a bit. There we go. That's that highlight there. Actually, it probably needs dropped even more. Yeah, that's good. I'm gonna do just a little bit on the lips and a little bit over here on this side of the face. It's like I said, it's just like a tad too dark. Like he is a drow, but he there is like light coming from this side of the face, so I do want it to have just a little bit of brighter tone to it. Not so much that it gets caught up, but just enough. You know, it's interesting, I'm talking about all of this like in a very Bob Ross kind of way. And it's funny to me because like I've been watching Bob Ross to try to get to sleep. I've been having trouble sleeping. Like I posted on Twitter earlier today that like I noticed one thing that I do, like my great grandmother taught me when I was very young, like I must have been 6 or so, how to crochet lace. And something that I noticed recently is that when I can't sleep, I climb out of bed and I get my crochet hook and I crochet just like strings of lace. And I don't know why. It's just something that I've always kind of done since I was that age. Like I usually have yarn or like a sketchbook or something with me when I'm trying to sleep anyway, because I suck at sleeping because I have narcolepsy and ADHD. So like I will lay down to sleep and have sleep paralysis for 2.5 hours and not make any progress in actually sleeping. And then my ADHD will trigger and I'll like be laying in bed like, oh, I just had sleep paralysis, and then my brain is like, good morning, and I'm like, wait, no, I need to go back to sleep, and my brain is like, good morning, and I'm like, I guess we're awake now. But you know, so since I have both of those disorders, I usually need like a sleep distraction to get myself to sleep, and stuff like meditation sometimes helps, and like meditation music sometimes helps, and just, you know, like standard stuff like that. And one of the things that I've just always done and has always seemed to work is crochet. So I started crocheting when I was a child, just like little rows of lace, just like making lace. And so recently I woke up and realized that I've been crocheting lace quite a bit lately. Like I've got a nice little row of it that I've been doing, and I'm like, well, I guess I haven't been sleeping. You know. But it's just it's interesting now that like one of the things that I've started doing is crocheting lace, and then I also have like I've been watching Bob Ross while I'm doing it, because I just really need some way to like have something to listen to, or something in my room that isn't just dead silence when I'm trying to sleep. So Bob Ross and lace crocheting has been my thing. So that's probably bleeding over a little bit into my speaking style and my voice of like, yes, very casual, very like very soft, you know, kind of voice and tone in the way that I refer to things. It's probably all from Bob Ross. Just wholesale steal my personality from celebrity artists. If only it worked like that. If only I could get art popularity and clout from just wholesale selling my personality. I know artists who have tried it. I know a couple artists who are successful at it. I'm not. I'm not good at it at all. I don't think I could ever be anybody else as an artist. I don't think, like, at school, it's something that they always told us not to do. You know, they were like, make sure you, when you're doing your art, you're being yourself. Like, that was ever a danger, you know? Like, maybe it is. Maybe there are other artists out there who, like, are not being themselves, are not being true to, like, their own art style or whatever. But, like, it always hit me as strange when, like, in professional art school, you know, they would just be like, make sure when you're drawing you should be yourself. And I'd be like, who isn't? Like, who got here? And at the time, like, I thought the school was much more prestigious than it is. It really is not. Don't go to art school. It's a trap. But, like, you know, I thought, like, who would get into this school being not themselves? Like you would think that one of the major, like, things of art school is that you are you, and your original voice is the reason why you were chosen, you know. But who knows, like, maybe that's not a thing. Maybe the reason why people get chosen for that sort of thing isn't because they're personally themselves. Like, I don't know. I look at some like big name artists, and sometimes I can't tell the difference between the two. No shade on them, but, like, sometimes I look at big artists and I'm like, I can't tell, like, who drew this, because the style is so similar to, like, 50 other artists that I've seen. And I can't see that as, like, a good thing in the art world, you know. But it just it always struck me as odd, as, like, make sure you're being yourself. And I'm like, who would go into art to not do that? Who would go into art to do the opposite of that? Like, that's the entire reason why I joined and why I wanted art to be my career, because I couldn't be anything else, because it's just part of who I am. But who knows? Maybe there are people out there who aren't themselves when they're doing art. Like, I just wonder how that would work. Like, how you would not be you while you're making things. Like, how you like, I know that, like, plagiarism is a big thing, but you would think that, like, in art school that wouldn't, like, not you would think that wouldn't be a thing, because, like, people did plagiarize in my school a lot. It was something that was, like, very rampant. So much so that there were, like, lines of rules in our school book about it and what would happen to you, and, you know, that kind of stuff. And you could even technically plagiarize yourself at my school. So, but, like I know plagiarism is a thing, but, like, that's still, when you plagiarize, like, you're not being that artist. You're just taking something that they made and, like, at the most fundamental level, pretending that you made it. But you're not them. Like, you're not pretending to be that person. You're pretending that you have the skill and talent of that person. So it was odd to me to hear those words. Just, like, be yourself. And I'm like, it's literally the only reason I'm here. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it as an autistic person. Like, I just didn't understand the context, or, like, the reasoning behind saying something like that. Like, maybe they do actually mean, like, don't plagiarize stuff or whatever, and I'm just too autistic to understand that they meant that. That happens a lot. I'm very close to being done. And what are we at? We're probably at, like, nearly the 5-hour mark now, which means, yeah, we're at 4:37, which means, like, this might be only a couple hour stream. That's wild to me, because I generally take so much longer to do these little, like, portraits. But I guess I'm just really good at drawing Despavir. Like, I guess I know my boy. Which makes sense because he's like one of the only ones that I have this very super elaborate turnaround image for. Whole like portrait, whole setup of turnarounds. So it makes sense that I would know him and know how to draw him better than most of my other characters. Like that tracks that I would have this whole turnaround for him and then just be able to like hash out a drawing of him very easily. So that doesn't surprise me. I'm just a little like interesting that took less than 5 hours to do. I'm still gonna go in and I'm just gonna like hone this now, like make it better and better, because I've got the time. I planned on this taking me like the whole stream, like 6 hours, but I mean technically 5 hours is the end of my stream anyway. I generally stream longer nowadays though, because like I am used to whatever I'm working on in the stream taking longer than 5 hours, so I'm used to like being online for longer and just being like, I'll just stay on for 6, like who knows, I'll just no one cares, no one's actually here like paying attention to this, so I'll just be here for another hour. Like I'm used to that being my thought process when it comes to like being on stream. But like today it kind of worked out that I finished the piece like right when the stream was supposed to end, so I don't know. Maybe I'll finish this out totally and then in the last like hour whatever do something else like I did on my other stream where I finished really early. I finished Oshin's painting super early, I think, and I think on that I started working on handbasket stuff and doing line art, but I don't have any of my handbasket stuff prepared this time. So if I finish this early, I don't have anything that I can like fall back on as like my thing to do. But I might be able to find something. I might be able to go into like my my art box and my art folder and look, find some interesting stuff to draw. I could also technically work on my fan art stuff for Friday to have the sketches all done for stream, but I don't like I said earlier, I don't like streaming when I'm like sketching stuff. Just doesn't, my brain doesn't like doing that. So I guess if I stop the stream early tonight, it's because I really really hit a banger with this illustration of Despavir and didn't know what to do. I'm gonna lay in some tone on top of his lips as well, because in the original drawing he's wearing almost what looks like my friend said, like lip gloss or something. When I cosplay him, I tend to do the face paint and then wipe the paint from my lips, so that my lips they're like original pink, and then I'll kind of dab down the pink tone a little bit with the gray face paint, so it has like a little bit of that edge, but it's like a nice way to do the lips when I'm doing stuff like that, because it lightly changes the color without me having to worry so much about like the lipstick that I'm wearing rubbing off on whatever I'm doing. So I like doing that for his cosplay because it makes it just a little bit easier to wear the makeup longer, because if the lipstick rubs off, then I've just got, I've got that interesting kind of reddish pink underneath, and so then then I don't have to worry if I'm like eating during the day or if I'm gonna be out and about all day and my cosplay outfit might wear off and all that stuff. I don't have to worry as much if I've got the lipstick already being pink. I kind of tend to do the same thing with Matisse, but not as frequently. Matisse, I tend to wear actual lipstick, usually like a gray, but I designed his character so that he's supposed to look kind of sickly, so that if the lipstick kind of like wears off it's not as bad on how everything looks. Plus, I tend to give him a color palette that kind of goes fine with the lipstick wearing off as well, like the jewel tones. Because then it's like, oh, your lips are red. Well, you are wearing like a jewel tone shirt, like a red accent color on your cloak, and that stuff. It's something that like I didn't think about a lot when making these characters, but now that I have them, I tend to draw them this way because I know, like, now that I have cosplayed both of them at least once, I know exactly how it looks to cosplay them, and like little small like cosplay traits that make these characters easier to cosplay for me specifically, because I'm gonna cosplay them and I don't think anyone else ever will. But it's just like those things where it's like, oh, I noticed that this makes it easier for me to wear, so I might as well draw him with that because he is my character and I am going to be cosplaying him. So just little things get added here and there, little traits. Like, unlike Oshin, where I just kind of like made everything that I hate, I made Matisse and Despavir specifically things that I like and things that I would actively wear myself, and just make it more fun. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. This part is shiny too. Over here is shiny. Alright. Oh man, my voice is like really shot at this point. But I think I'm nearing the end of this guy. I don't have a lot more detail that I need to put in. I'm just gonna give him some random like tones and stuff. Some random little things. Just like little bits that make the illustration look better. I think I am gonna go in and like fix up that chain, but in order to do that I need an inking pen. That'll work. There we go. This is just... Now I'm going in and just adding a bunch of random details that I don't really need to add, but I'm adding them anyway because they're fun. I would just stop it here, but like, why bother when I have extra time? Got at least 15 more minutes before the stream is supposed to be over, so gonna at least add in a couple more things. Wonder what I should do when I get off stream tonight. Probably another like hour of Dimension 20. Or like maybe a whole nother episode depending on how I'm feeling. I've also been watching the episodes in like in intervals, so I'm not watching the full like 2-hour episode all at once. I've started doing that with Critical Role as well, because I can't keep up with Crit Role if I try to watch 2.5-hour episodes all at once, like when they originally stream, or like even just like trying to catch up with them. I can't watch them all at once, so I tend to like, my ADHD does not let me sit down for multiple hours at a time, so I tend to like watch an hour and then go to bed and then get up the next day and do whatever I need to do, and my reward is like an hour or a half hour of the thing. So I can reward myself with Critical Role or Dimension 20 and just be like, okay, half hour of this, or I tell myself a half hour, I plan for an hour, and I give myself leeway to get up whenever I want. Like, I'm allowed to sit for an hour if I want to, but I'm also allowed to get up and go do whatever else I want to do. Like, if I have a thought, if my ADHD takes over my brain, I am allowed to let it take over and go do whatever I want, because I want it to be something that I don't feel shame for doing, because I tend to feel a lot of shame for taking a break, for like not constantly doing work. So like I'm trying to mitigate that like shame feeling by telling my brain like, no feeling shame about how long you have taken a break, because something that my brain does is, I will go to take a break, as you should. Everyone should take breaks now and then. My brain doesn't let me do it, but that doesn't mean that everyone else shouldn't be doing it. So I'll go to take a break from whatever I'm working on, and my brain will go, cool, awesome, a break. We have 1 hour to do break. And then if I don't take a break for that entire hour, my brain goes, you have failed at taking a break. And then I feel even worse when I come back to working, because it's like I didn't take care of myself and it feels like a failure. And so now, to get rid of that feeling, I give myself, I'm like, for an hour you cannot go back to work, but whatever break you do in that hour is up to you. And that makes it so that it's like I'm still taking a break, but like before, what I would do, and like I think this is an ADHD autism thing as well, is my brain would go, your break for the allotted time is play Animal Crossing. And if I wasn't playing Animal Crossing in that allotted time, my brain would think that like I have failed at taking a break, because Animal Crossing is what I was planning on doing at that moment. And if I wasn't doing that, then I was taking a break doing something else. And then I was like, now I am behind on break time, because I know it sounds insane, and I can say that as someone who is legitimately mentally ill. Like, I am mentally, yes, I know this is mental illness. But like, I would allot time for something like Animal Crossing, and if I wasn't playing Animal Crossing, my brain would say like, you have failed at taking a break because you weren't playing Animal Crossing. Now you have to play Animal Crossing because that's what we planned to do today. And it was like I was behind on playing Animal Crossing because I had planned out my day so meticulously, right, that I was like, I give myself a half hour to play Animal Crossing, and if I didn't play Animal Crossing in that half hour, I still have chores to do on Animal Crossing. And because of ADHD or autism, my brain would label those chores as just as important as anything else, even though it was a leisure activity. My brain would be like, no, that goes on the same level of importance as feeding yourself, and you have messed up by not doing it. Like, you were not playing the Animal Crossing, so you have failed at break, and then the next time I want to take a break, which I like to give myself like multiple breaks throughout the day, because neurodivergent and need many breaks, need take time. So the next time I have a break, it's like, cool, I have another break. And the next break, I would plot out, like, instead of Animal Crossing on this break, so that we don't get burnt out, we will you know, do one other thing. Like, we'll watch an episode of something. Like, we'll watch Crit Roll, or we'll watch Dimension 20 on this break. And then it's like, during that break, since I didn't play Animal Crossing on the other break, I need to play Animal Crossing, so I'll play Animal Crossing. And then because I didn't watch the thing that I was gonna watch on that break, the next break I have to watch the and it just like, it kept stacking, you know, like you just and my brain would be like, you are behind on taking a break, and I'm like, how can that be? You know, like, how can I be behind on a break, which is fundamentally a leisure thing? But it would still do that. It'd still be like I would still get the brain signal of, you have failed, you are behind on taking a break, you know. And so I had to figure out a way to get around that. I had to figure out a way to not have that happen anymore. And the only way that I could find was just giving yourself allotted time, like time slot. Like, you have 2 hours, do whatever you want. And it has helped a bit. It hasn't fully erased that you have done wrong, you have not taken the right kind of break thing that I get occasionally, but it has helped, because it's made it so that I am no longer thinking that, like, I am taking the incorrect kind of break. Now I just more struggle with the thing that I always struggled with, which is taking a break at all. Because now that I have it just being allotted to time, my brain goes, well, you know, how long is 2 hours really? Is 2 hours really long enough to take a break? Can we really shut down our brain for that long? Like, and then I just get, like, sort of overwhelmed, which breaks are supposed to not do. So it's taking a break as a neurodivergent person is a totally different beast, honestly. Like, and it's really hard to explain to people who are not neurodivergent how not productive stuff like this can be, because, like, neurotypical people that I talk to about stuff like this, they're like, oh, well, if you feel burnout, just take a break, you know. And like this goes into a little bit of what I was talking to Pidge about earlier on stream, when Pidge called in, was like, I can't just, like, take a break. Like, my brain doesn't let me shut off, doesn't let me stop worrying for long enough to do that. So the way that I've, like, come up with is giving myself those you know, 2 hour break or whatever break window, and then streaming. Like, this right now currently is my break, because I don't know how to take breaks. So on my days off, I get on here and I draw and I talk and I continue to work on things that I enjoy and that I consider to be my break, when I'm not forcibly working on things that are not my creations. Being neurodivergent is wild. But yeah, it's an interesting time. Wednesdays are always fun, because since I'm usually working on these portraits, which don't take up as much of my brain power, I tend to have more to talk about on Wednesdays. On Sundays, I tend to only be able to talk about Handbasket, because that's usually what I'm working on at the time. Occasionally I'll talk about anime I watched recently, because Saturdays are usually my anime day. But on Wednesdays, I'm usually, like, full of beans and pretty chatty, because Wednesdays are my exercise day, so I go run with Hoshi in the mornings, and Wednesdays are also my day that I like do these paintings, so I have like a lot of thoughts and a lot of like plans for stuff, and usually have my sketch already done and like all that stuff. So Wednesdays get like interestingly like I have some interesting topics when I talk on Wednesdays. I noticed go from Bob Ross to like taking breaks pretty frequently. Like I said, I hope this is fun. Like I don't know if anyone is actually in chat, but I hope if anyone watches the VOD, or like when these do eventually go up on YouTube, if you're watching the YouTube, I hope it's fun. I hope it's a fun time for everyone involved. I hope you listen to this and you're like relatable, or if you don't relate, I hope you listen to it and you're like, that makes sense, you know. Okay, got that all down. This really is looking almost done. I'm trying to think about the rest of the stuff that I need to do. I mean, I really feel like it's a little heavily saturated right now, so I might go in and like unsaturate some of it, at least like the hair bit, just because like this is super saturated for him. And like it's also, the hair is looking pretty dark, so I might go in and like fix that up a little bit too. Like these pinks are a little too dark, but the skin tone looks alright. I bet if I layer in white, oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. Like this, and then overlay. Oh, that beeping is my coffee pot telling me that it is turning off for a bit, because it is done. Alright, and then I'm just gonna like gently on the sides that need it, like just get rid of some of this. Because that just like brightens literally everything just slightly. If I posterize it now, what do I get? Even less levels. Let's go. Ooh, I don't like how that looks. 4 maybe? Alright. Color. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then I'm going to, last but not least, I need to add in some like actual highlight colors in here that are just like pen tool stuff, because I've noticed like I am using the same pen or the same pencil tool everywhere for these like paintings, but I noticed as I was putting them up on the on my website that some of the like little minute details on like things like eyelashes and stuff like that tended not to translate super well, because they were in that like textural thing and they got a little bit grainy in the upload. So I'm just gonna go in and like gently fix some of these with the pen tool so that the details are less grainy and so that they can be picked up on the monitors just a little bit easier. Because those details are kind of important when it comes to like little tiny like caption pictures, you know. So I'm just gonna pretty carefully go in and fix little minor details and things like that while I'm here. While I have like enough time to do some like editing, because I know as soon as I finish stuff like this I'm not gonna have time to edit. So just gonna finish things up for now. Let's grab a G pen that's like nice. There we go. That's what I wanted. Like, I wanted stabilization, but not so much that it overwhelmed everything. But yeah, like it looks like I am gonna be pretty finished with this. We just hit 5 hours, so looks like we might end up ending the stream kind of early tonight. I'm gonna do some like a couple extra little bits here and there, but this looks pretty done. Like I don't have much else that I need to edit about it. I might go in and add some like little textural elements off stream, but like otherwise this looks pretty good. I think I'm almost done with him. Just seems odd that it took way shorter than I thought it was going to, because like, you know, normally with my other couple streams this has taken me what, like over 6 hours to do these little portrait guys. But like I guess today I came prepared. I came with my A game. Either that or like Despavir is just super easy to draw. But yeah, I must have come in ready for him today. And like obviously these are not like this is pretty sketchy still. These are not like fully finished mega rendered paintings. Like if I was doing that, this isn't the technique that I would be using to do it, because that kind of stuff, like I said, I would start in with like a grayscale. Like I would just drop gray onto the canvas to do that, which is not what I intend to do here. I don't intend to like sit here and fiddle with grayscale for 3 hours so that I can get a painting that looks halfway decent. Like I just want these to translate well when I'm done with them, to look nice and not look like I made them 4 years ago, you know. Wonder if there's any other little small details I can do while I'm here just to finish it off. I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with it as is. There's not a whole lot of other stuff that I really wanted to add. I'm gonna fix the stabilization on this just a hair. Like when I started this, I thought it was gonna take longer because of his hair, but apparently curly hair, I've gotten better at doing it. When I first designed his hairstyle, it took me so long to draw it, because like I think when I first made him, I hadn't really created a hairstyle like this before. Like when I made him at first, like what he's got is obviously like a mullet, like I was saying, but like when I first made him, all of my characters had like a specific kind of similar, not like the same, but like, you know, stylistically similar hair stuff going on, because it was very inspired by like one type of style, one type of drawing style. And so I was like, yeah, like this is how you draw hair, you know, like I only had one way to do it. And then I made Despavir, and like not shortly after him, Sabriel and Caspian became a thing. Like, we were characters that I had made. And I also altered Ix's hairstyle around that time too, because I think at that time Ix still had like his original hairstyle, which was like a mullet, or not a mullet, a mohawk. But I made Despavir, and I was like, yeah, so I want this character to have hair that's like different than all of my others, because he is my first like foray into making this sort of like heretic character that is nothing like any of my other characters, that wouldn't get along with them, that would like fight with Matisse, you know, like that kind of thing. So I wanted hair that reflected that idea of like a character that was so different than what I was used to making and drawing, but not in the way that Oshin is, where it's just like, these are traits that I never draw. You know, I wanted it to still be my style, but to portray a difference in style as my style was evolving. So I gave him this like sort of short in the front, almost like friar haircut when I first drew him. And then it evolved into like this, oh, it's a little bit longer in the back, until eventually it became the mullet that it is now, the like hairstyle that I gave him. And part of this style now that he has is because I cosplayed him, so I know how his hair would function because I had to cut that wig. So it's just it's fun. Like, it's fun to learn how to draw new hairstyles and stuff like that. So I've just been steadily altering his hairstyle for several years now, as I learn new things about like hairstyles and wigs and stuff. Like, it is helpful when you want to design like a character to be a cosplayer, to have to be able to make the character, like the stuff that the character's wearing or like their hair, as a thing, and be like, oh, fundamentally this is how that functions. It's kind of like it's like how it's easier to draw something when you've taken it apart. It's like that. It's like, it's easier for me to draw this character when I have cosplayed them, because I know how all of their stuff is put together. I know how things work. It's also good for like fan art to know how to draw fan art, because it's like, oh, I know how that jacket works. I had to put it together. I had to make that jacket, so I know how to draw it. So it's a helpful little like tool, I guess, to work with. Let's see, what other bits do I need? What other bobbins and bits does this boy have? He wears a lot of jewelry, but most of it is wrist jewelry. Like, he has his ear cuff chain here. And his like earring that has eyes. It's meant to, like, this part that I'm working on here, like the chain part, is meant to look like many eyes up the chain like that, but it doesn't. But you know, I can dream. But yeah, like if I were to make this ear cuff, it would look like it has many eyes going up and down it. So, but I don't have the patience to sit there and draw thousands of eyes on an ear cuff for a character drawing. So I'm not gonna. Trying to see if there's like anything else I need to really add, or if I'm like mostly done with my boy. I do feel like I'm nearing like the end here. I really want to blend some of these lip things together, but I don't want to mess it up, so I'm just gonna merge everything to a new layer and try blending on this layer. Cause like, I know I said I was gonna just use this greasy pencil, and I still want that effect of like singular tool, but I do think that the blending will help. Just like slightly, not a lot, just like a little bit of blending, cause like I went real ham on this lip color, and I just want to like just flesh it out just ever so slightly, just the slightest bit. And this, I know I'm messing up a lot of the hard work that I did, but this layer is not going to be super visible either. I just want to like very carefully blend all of this so that it'll read as like a lip color and not like super textured. In some ways, like having a lot of texture on the face can be good, but sometimes it can get a little distracting when you get to this point. So I do like to, you know, tone it down just a hair with some blend. And then I'm gonna go in, actually this is a really good blending marker. Where is my blending tool? There we go. I need my side blender. There we go. Yeah, there. Just, I wonder if you can hear, if anyone is on and can hear that scratching of my tablet. I promise I replaced my my pen tool. I did replace the tips on it, so it is better. Still makes that scratching sound whenever I'm working though. I think that's mostly just that these that Wacom's new pens are kind of trash. Like not the pens themselves, but the cartridges are really bad now. Like the little tool cartridges suck. Alright, that's neat. That's a little bit better. It's better for what I was attempting to do. Then I'm gonna merge visible again. And then, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to merge it all to a new layer. And then I need just another little tapered blending tool. This time smaller. Just to like Pidge said, definitely wears lip gloss. 100%. Like there's no way. This is a whole ass queen. There's no way he's not wearing lip gloss. I say that, but he's like, I mean, I guess he would be homo-romantic. He's ace as hell, so I don't even know if he would be homo-romantic or if he would be aro. Like, it feels like he would be probably homo-romantic and just have like a lot of aro tendencies. But yeah, he's definitely 100% ace. I created him specifically, not to be ace, but like once I made him, I was like, oh, he's ace. Like there's no, like he's firmly in monster fucker camp, monster camp, but very ace. Okay. Fix that eye because I lost in doing all those there's highlights and stuff like that, I lost a little bit of the definition in here. So just gonna gently fix that. Fix down here where I lost some of that definition. Okay. Is that good? Pulling away from it to look and see if there's anything that I missed. I don't think so. I am going to... One thing that I think I missed was to put in... Is this a good brush for this? That's not what we wanted to do. Bristle blend is probably a good one. Yeah. I do want to, like, get rid of just a little bit of the texture in the hair. Because I feel like it's, like, almost a little bit distracting. Alright, well, kind of think about it at this point is where I'm going to have to call it done, because I can't think of anything else that I need to do to alter to make it better, and just kind of seems like that's about it. We've hit about the 5.5 hour mark, so we've been at it for some time, and it just kind of looks like it's about done. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna check the saturation just one more time, make sure everything translates and reads well, and it looks like it does. I'm gonna erase all of this bit here, stuff that I put in the corner for the color palette. Touch up a few edges and areas where it's gotten a little, where the line art has gotten a little bit lost. But like, other than that, I feel like this is pretty much it. This is what the final piece is gonna end up looking like. done as many touch-ups as I think I can for all the pieces that I have in here. It's starting to look pretty good. We're about 6 or 7 minutes away from the 5.5 hour mark, and I think I'm gonna cut the stream here. I would cut off and go straight into another drawing, but that would take me over to that would take me over time into like the midnight hours and stuff like that to do that and figure out what I was gonna stream and get back on and all that stuff, organize everything back the way it needed to be. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it here. I'm gonna finish this out and do the extra tools and bits that I need to do to make this look right, and that's pretty much gonna be it. So if you dropped by the stream tonight and had a good time, thank you. If you enjoyed what you watched, feel free to leave a follow. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. It is also linked below. You can also find my other social medias through that Twitter. I am easily findable on the internet, so if you would like to continue watching me and finding what I do, I'm on there. I promise. I don't update much, but I promise I am on the internet and I see what you are doing. So, but yeah, if you had a good time tonight, let me know. I hope everyone is having a great Wednesday. I will see you again for Friday when we are going to be doing some very entertaining fan art for Fan Art Friday. On Fan Art Friday, I'm hoping that I can get together some different types of fan art. I'm hoping that I can do multiple different fan arts, or if I'm not doing multiple pieces, perhaps like some sketches and things like that, maybe fill an entire sketch page. I don't know, something fun for Fan Art Friday. So I'm hoping to get that done, but otherwise, I hope you guys had a great night. I hope the stream was fun, and I will see you in the next one.